Hello, everybody, and welcome to another Mark After Dark, your member stream. And I want to give a big thank you to all the members that make this possible, that make this fun, that make this fulfilling. Good morning, left-handed Jedi, or good evening, whichever takes your fancy. I think that at the moment I'm going to surprise you all. I don't know what that is. Life Force. Okay, I will assume that is a movie about space vampires because you're relating it. But hey, let's assume. Let's go assume. Why not? Why not? Okay, fantastic. No, I was going to play RimWorld where I have like that space vampire, but I've decided to surprise you all, and I basically accepted a debate for now. Or like half an hour or something. So surprise. I did not. I guess I could have cancelled the member debate and made it an open thing, but I do not want to cancel things that I have scheduled and promised. But I am sort of writing the introduction as we speak, so it's going to be interesting. So the topic of the debate is: does God exist necessarily? Which is an interesting proposition. Because not only do I think that a God doesn't exist necessarily, I think that a God does not exist at all. Yeah. So I'm gonna sort of write, like, I only got sent this at like 2 a.m. last night. So yeah, it's a thing. I don't know, some weird people. BugLovesAll and Apophatic. I don't know. They're just it's a 2v2, and I'm partnering up with Leophillius, who I greatly respect. So that should be great. Only God does not exist. But all okay. Yeah. So yeah, I surprise everybody. Surprise. So yeah, that's okay. I'll just get a few notes down here. I've prepared nothing, by the way. I'm really going into this blind. God is a fairy tale. Yeah, no, I get you. Yeah, it does. Everything that I've seen does read like mythology, unless you are already begging the question and sort of saying that God is a real thing, and here are the attributes of it. It is the case that every time we read about one of these kind of beings like God from any other religion, they think it's mythology as well. So I think that you can't be a single religion theist and not use and be intellectually consistent, because they basically have all the same arguments, and while you accept the ones for your religion, you reject the ones for everybody else's. Well, precept, yeah. I mean, their precept's just ridiculous. It is the worst apologetics on the face of the planet. It's absolutely terrible. Yeah, this is a Christian channel. How dare you? How dare you? This is a Christian channel. How dare you take the Lord's name in vain? That's right, it's Bigfoot. Yeah. Okay, well, I'll do lack of evidence as the first thing. Firstly, lack of evidence. And the second is I do like my argument about the immaterial mind not being seen. Immaterial mind. I'll just get some notes down. Look, I realize this is off the wall and off the cuff and off my face. I realize that. I did not expect to be doing a debate today, but I can't be bitching and moaning that I'm not, I haven't had a lot of debates lately, and then go, oh no, I can't do this debate kind of thing. I want to do more debates. And hey, I don't think any of the members will have a problem if I'm doing a debate in their member stream. I don't think so. Hey, if you've got a problem, leave a comment, tell me, Tell me I suck. That's fine. I can deal with it. I can deal with it. Um, depending on the attributes of God, it's of God, which we will have to discuss. Of the claims are either contradictory or do not make sense. Homer's Odyssey is similar in narrative style, structure, rhetoric between Homer and the Gospel of Mark is remarkable. Yeah, yeah. And I mean, the Gospel of Mark is the oldest of the Gospels. I think it's dated to about 70. But even 70 years after, or really, I mean, if you're looking at it, he was 30 when apparently it happened, when Jesus apparently was sacrificed or whatever. So if you're looking at 40 years after an event, how accurate is it going to be? Because we don't know, like, when was it written down? We don't really know. Like, we think it was from about that time, but can we be what was happening before then? Probably a lot of people telling a lot of stories. The Iliad is good. The Iliad is really good. I think the Iliad is better than the Odyssey, to be honest with you, which is contentious, but I will rest it. I just like um the sort of Iliad a bit more. I find the Odyssey to be kind of, yeah, just a lot of things happening in sequence, while Iliad, a lot of stuff is all happening at the same time. Um, 6,000 years little snooze after making the universe. Yeah. So first, I'll give up 3 points just to make sure that I'm, problem of evil is a issue that problem of evil. Yeah, that's okay. But I do want to chill out with you guys as well. So the debate apparently is 8-minute openers. For 4 people, that's about 32 minutes roughly. Then we have an hour discussion, and apparently up to an extra hour, so just over 2 hours, 2.5 hours roughly. There's a panel afterwards. I might stay for a little bit, but I'm not going to stay too long. Yeah. Yeah, and there's been a lot of debate over which one is the hero fires an arrow. That's the Odyssey, because that's when Odysseus returns home, and like, basically Penelope, his wife, has promised to remarry, but she'll only remarry somebody that can shoot an arrow through. I believe it's yeah, I think it's 10. It could be a dozen, but yeah, like through these axe heads, and well, it's called axe rings in the text, and there's been a lot of debate among historians about what that means, like an axe ring. Like, is there a ring on the end of an axe? Is it? But if you actually, one of the hypothesis, or the one of the historians that I saw, he said, if you've ever seen a Greek axe, it's like a crescent kind of thing, a crescent moon on the haft kind of thing, on the haft of the axe. So it might be what they're talking about is through that gap between the ring. Hold it, I'll just sort of show you a picture of it. Greek axe. So yeah, that's what it's called, an epsilon axe. Yeah, that'll do. Oh wow, this is a 3D model of one. All right, someone's done work. So there's something called an epsilon axe, and it looks kind of like this. So when you're talking about the ring, an axe ring, that's kind of maybe what they're talking about. But like I said, there's an argument over historians of what it means, or is it like a ring on the haft of the axe, right? Like what does it mean? Because it's really funny, or I find it funny that in these sort of historical accounts and these accounts from back in the day, they knew what it meant, right? Like they were aware of what it was. So if somebody said, "Hey, it was an axe ring," they would know exactly what they're talking about because they lived in that time, and that is what somebody meant when they talked about it. But we just don't anymore. Like we have to guess at what they actually meant by that, and it's a big problem. It's kind of um, sort of contemporary language. Yeah, I mean, you could be right. You could, like I said, I don't think anyone knows for sure. Like it could be a circle on the end of the axe kind of thing. Who knows? I don't know. I have no idea. They don't make axes like they used to in my day. Mm. And I better juice up with another coffee. I wonder if Lynn's around. I wonder if she can make me one. That would be baller. Um, mm, yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, and that's why we've got the interlinear Bible, interlinear Bibles, which kind of break it down into what all the meanings it could be, and that's how we end up with like so many like hundreds of different versions of the Bible. It's just we don't know exactly what it means. It's imprecise. Which you'd think that a God who um, you know destroyed the Tower of Babel and made everybody speak different languages, you would think that they would understand that. Hey, I better put this not put this in a book that could be interpreted in a whole different ways. But weird, weird. So the debate will probably start in about 15 minutes. I don't know what. Yeah, please. Thanks, Jedi. You put the pressure on. Cheers. I appreciate it. Um, but it'll be good to see Leo again. It'll be good to see Leo again. I haven't talked to Leo in ages. I don't think. The Tower of Babel was a spaceship. That's interesting. Yeah, yeah. No, I get you. That's interesting. Well, it's because they were building the tower to heaven, kind of thing, and as far as I know, you can't make a stairway that goes to heaven. Now, everybody thank Lynn for being just fucking amazing. Okay, she's looking at me with a face right now. So, yeah. But do thank Lynn for being amazing. Oh, totally get you. Totally get you. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Not sure what I'm going to do in the meantime. Is there something that I can play that's kind of quick and dirty? Quick and dirty. We got about 15 minutes to go. I'm kind of amped for this. I haven't had a debate in a while, so I'm kind of amped for it. You know what I mean. I'm good. Thanks, Jedi. Thank you. Thank you. And it's kind of I feel a bit fluttery. Like I haven't prepared at all for this, so it's spur of the moment stuff. Because don't forget, if you contact me at like 1 a.m., I have to sleep. So I only just got up today and wrote some stuff down. Watchmaker fallacy. Watchmaker fallacy. Well, that's sort of the illusion of design. Illusion of design. Did that come up? Yeah, there we go. Should I do a new slot for yeah, I'll do a new slot for YouTube. For YouTube. This is called Tiny Rogues. Select a class to play. Well, I don't have much. Is everything locked? Okay, yeah, everything's locked. The hero. The hero. You gain 1 luck at level 1, 3, and 5, strength 2, dexterity 2, intelligence. Raise a flag that it grants you an attack speed buff. I've got a hero cape and an amethyst ring. Game saved, damn right. The pit. Yeah, same here. Dashing costs 1 stamina. Can I skip that? You can use bombs. And so my stamina's up here, by the way. It runs out of charges. Let's meet in the next room. Tutorial. Have to arm yourself. Pick up the items with E. I think I will go with... I think I'll go with bow to start off with, yeah. And then I can put that in here. What's that? Fully absolves you. Right, gotcha. Time for a real battle. We'll meet again in the next room. Cool. You know, I that spaceship thing makes sense to me, kind of thing, because like Chariots of the Gods, if you're unfamiliar with that, I used to believe that so hard when I was younger, like that the people's concept of God came from aliens and humans were created by aliens, and you know, I really did believe that, but there's no reason to believe that. Oh, I get all 3? Oh, friggin' sick. Okay, I think I will go for the gold. So I'm doing a bow build, which means I probably want dexterity. It sort of increases your fire rate and stuff. And maybe I'll go for magic as well for crit chance. Yeah, I want dex. Well, should I get a key? No, I really need the dex. I really need the dex. Von Daniken, yeah. I'll take the event, thank you. Ooh, welcome. I want green. Green hoodie. Oh, do I already have something? Oh, yeah, 10% per heart container. That's a lot of damage. On boss defeated, grant pair if you didn't. That's pretty good. I think I'll go for a key. Oh, thank you, Jess. And we've got a super chat from Jessica, the Transmetal Alchemist, for $5 Australian dollary dues in the house. Gotta go. Best of luck. Okay, Jess, we'll take care. I will sort of put this or re-upload it or put it to you know, everyone can see it, so we can see the debate. It's not going to be a problem. So yeah, thank you so much, Jess, and it's really good to see you. Really good to see you. I think I will take some dice so I can re-roll stuff. Oops, I accidentally dropped a bomb. That's terrible. What do I need? I need you know what? I think I'll go for the rare item. Let's just hit me. Just hit me. Yeah, yeah, it did. It's very easy to insert something if you don't know how something occurred. Like just archery, 30. Oh, that's pretty good. A lot faster firing. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Yeah, no, I agree, Pro. It's very easy to fill in the blank with something that sounds cool, even if you don't know what it is. Let's see. Join the live stream. Yeah, okay. I might need to wrap this up. Ooh. So I'm going to be going in soon. I'll get my thing up. Ooh. On dash, I think I'll re-roll that. Spinning blades. Sure. What's this? Arcane Shuriken? Mini bee. Ooh, or a twin shot crossbow. Well, I do really want to go bow, so I'm going to take twin shot. Yeah. Yeah, I've got a key. Although I want intelligence. I'll take the chest. I'll take the chest. Oop. Rocket boots. Cool. I probably have to go though. Give up. Yeah, fuck it. Oh dear. Oh dear. Brave the unknown. Yeah. Got a new mission. Oh. Oh yeah, I forgot about masteries. Okay. Okay. Let me get another window up. I want to keep this in the background just so I know where I'm at. I think I will go on do not disturb on this. So we... Yep. Okay. What the hell? Yeah. I am here. I am here. I did not hear it, I'll be honest with you. It just sounded like a lot of shouting from when I came in. Okay. I doubt it. Why do you ask? Oh, okay. My audience is probably hearing me, not you. Give me 1 second, and I will
Sure.
set that up. That probably is a lot better. That's probably a lot better. So chat, do tell me if things are going horribly. Let me know. But we're here with Breakfast Taco. You can say hello to my members. Yeah, no, it was great. Yeah, I did not prepare in the slightest. Wrote up something very short. So yeah, let's do it. Go in unprepared. Awesome. Always works, right? Right.
Hello, Mark Reid's members. It's good to have you all here. Leophillius. Hopefully, our Theist should be joining us here in just a
Hey,
moment.
Leo.
How goes it? What's up, Kurt?
How's it going,
Hi,
everybody?
Kurt.
So, what's tonight's topic?
Does God exist necessarily?
So hopefully they'll put up more of a fight than Jack Talcott.
Yeah, Jack kind of just accepted all of my arguments. I thought that was very interesting.
Yeah, it was very interesting. But
Jack strikes me as the kind of person who doesn't like to do debates. He likes to have conversations more. So I feel like he'll just grant what somebody is saying to maybe see where they're going or figure out what their argument is, stuff like that.
so it's Bug and Apophatic against these two.
Yeah.
Apparently.
That
Should
Bug
be a
sounds
real
familiar.
fun
I
debate.
think I've seen them debate on this channel.
Yeah,
before.
Bug debated Howdy and myself.
Okay, it was Howdy.
I have no idea.
And I don't know if I know who Apophatic is. If I do, it's probably
No,
not
he
under
came
that.
on after the Bug Howdy debate, and
Do I know who that? I don't know.
he was talking about how saying that you can't say anything about God doesn't mean you can't say anything about God. That's the best I could come up with.
No, they definitely have an interesting position.
Yeah.
I don't know how the tag team's going to work on this. I was just going to do 2 separate intros, but we did it one time before, and the tag team is kind of cool. It's open panel, but just try not to overtalk everybody. I know both y'all have stuff to say, but it's just going to be YouTube pretty much, right? And then them too, and so just try to be considerate. It wasn't too bad the last time.
Yeah, I mean,
I just wanted to pop up and say good luck, guys.
thanks,
I'm
Kurt.
going to bug out while you guys have your
Take
debate.
care, mate. Yeah, I really, I'll do my best as long as, everything's respectable. I'll keep it respectful. If they want to roll around in the mud, fine. I don't have a problem.
They'll destroy them.
Roll around in the mud. That's why I brought my rubber gloves, because it might get a little nasty.
That's why I brought my gumboots. Oh yeah, no, I haven't. Sorry, Jedi. I haven't. Sorry, Proben Time. I haven't updated my thing with where it is. Yeah, that's my fault.
No, Cody, the master debating has not started yet. Cody was just asking if the master debate has started.
Does 2v2 count as a mass debate?
Master debate.
Yeah, because it could technically be a mass debate too.
Yeah.
Because there's 4 people, Let's go point. Go point. What's up, skeptic philosopher? Let me check my Discord DMs. Yes, you're doing opening statements, of course. What do you think, Bug?
I would hope so.
Of course you're doing opening statements, Bug. What do you think? What's up, Bug? What's up, Apophatic?
Yo.
Hello.
Let me give me 1 minute to set my stream stuff up. It should take like 1 minute.
Yeah, I'm setting up my stream as well.
Damn, everybody's streaming this except me. I'm the only one that's not trying to leech off of you, tacos.
This is true.
Leech. Yeah, I don't generally see us giving my time to a debate as leeching, sir. But never mind. Like, it's just...
I'm just talking shit.
I should set a rule. No restreaming the stream
unless you pay me $150,000.
Yes. Only post after, right?
Well,
right,
I had a member stream already scheduled, so I had to kind of slot this in. But, you know, I'm sure the members will be good with it. And if
I
not,
was just joking
you know where
around
to
with
find me.
Leo. But I'm ending the stream real fast, and then I'm opening it back up. It should send you guys all over to the... Let me double check that it's linked real fast. All right, so I'm putting the link to the actual debate here. And so I'm ending it right now, and it's going to send you over. All right. Almost.
All right, perfect.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us today for tonight's mega debate between Mark Reid, Leophillius, Apophatic, and BugLovesAll. Tonight, they're debating the topic, does God necessarily exist? BugLovesAll and Apophatic are taking the affirmative. Leophillius are taking the negative. So this should be a wonderful and heated debate. With the debate tonight, you'll be able to interrupt the flow or change the flow of the conversation with a super chat. $5 gets a question asked to the debaters. So it's a good way to support your favorite debaters, ask questions for clarification, that type of thing. $2 gets displayed on the screen. We'll do an hour-long debate, but every dollar in super chats adds up to adds one additional minute, up to an additional 60 minutes. So this could go a little bit longer if people are loving the debate and they're submitting the super chats. The primary panelists are immune to mutes and kicks. The affirmative is going to be doing the introduction first. And before we get started here, Cody already started out with a good luck, Leo. Thank you so much for the super chat. Oh, and with the super chats, if there is a really mean one, I do reserve the right to just not read that if if it's really bad, right? Stuff like that. But with that, everybody, are you all ready to get started here?
Yep.
Yep, I'm good.
Perfect. So I'll let BugLovesAll do their introduction first, or Apophatic, one of y'all. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Perfect. Let me know when you're ready, and you'll have 8 minutes.
Yeah. I'm ready. Can you just pull my thing so I can share the screen? Sorry.
Yeah.
All right. Perfect.
Let me guide everyone real fast.
It's gonna be a repeat of last time, but off the dome, so hopefully it's not too bad.
All right.
All right.
Or hang on.
All right. We good to go?
Yep. You ready?
Yep.
All right. 8 minutes.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I appreciate y'all for all coming here. Today we're going to be debating over if whether or not God exists necessarily. I'm going to predict that this is going to go down the route of attacking the PSR, the principle of sufficient reasoning. But our argument that we're representing, it's my argument for God's existence. It goes as follows with the premises. Premise 1, PSR teaches that every contingent being has a sufficient reason why it is and why it is as it is rather than otherwise. Now, here, I'm just defining as everything that exists has a sufficient reason why it is and why it is as it is rather than otherwise. And essentially every contingent being something whose existence is not necessary / could have failed to exist or could be otherwise. Every contingent being has a sufficient reason why it does exist. Premise 2, contingent reality exists. That's just saying that the contingent reality is just like the collection of all contingent beings. The same way like the animal kingdom is the collection of all animals. Premise 3, no contingent thing, including any member of that totality, can be the sufficient reason of that totality. Now, this is definitionally the case because a contingent thing is something who existence not necessary and could have existed or could be otherwise. By definition, it depend on something outside of itself for its being. So definitionally, a contingent thing or being can't be its own sufficient reason. Otherwise, it wouldn't be contingent. Premise 4, an infinite regress of contingent sufficient reasons would itself be contingent, thus unexplained, violating PSR. The reason this is the case is essentially an infinite regress here would be going back to a prior reason that's itself also contingent to ground that thing, and you keep going back again over and over again to infinity. Ultimately, if we look at this whole scope, i.e. this contingent reality, the contingent reality itself is contingent. So this entire chain would be ultimately contingent and thus wouldn't be the sufficient reason. Conclusion 1 is therefore there must exist a necessary being outside the totality that is the sufficient reason for the contingent totality. This is pretty self-explanatory. If P, then Q. P is the accumulation of these first 4 premises. This is the therefore Q. Premise 5, anything with potency is not necessary through itself and will require a sufficient reason. Conclusion 2, therefore the necessary being must be pure act. Premise 6, since the necessary being is the sufficient reason for all contingent reality, it is itself the ultimate cause and sustainer of all that exists. Conclusion 3 is therefore the necessary being is the ultimate cause and creator of every contingent things that exist. This is just establishing like that there has to be a necessary being that has to exist. Now, this is honestly where the argument can end, because once we get to this point, the debate's over. We showed that God exists by necessity. But to go into even further, we can go into this being specifically needing to be conscious. Premise 7, humans are conscious beings possessing intellect and will. Consciousness is just to possess awareness, intellect, and will. Intellect is the power or ability to know universals, essences, and immaterial truths. For example, you can understand what an apple is, i.e. the nature of the fruit. Will is the ability, the power to choose between two things. Premise 8, according to the principle of proportionate causality, the effect must pre-exist in its cause either formally, virtually, or eminently. Now, the principle of proportionate causality, that's how it's defined right there. Formally means you possess in the exact manner or kind as it appears in the effect. So if the cause has A and the effect has A, that would be an example formally. Virtually, there's 2 understandings, either to have the power or capacity to produce it, either from using an external source, like a potter uses clay to form a pot, or by possessing it in potentia, i.e. a seed virtually contains a tree, and then eminently to possess in a higher, superior way. Eminently would be, for example, let's say the effect has 1 of something, the cause has 2. 2 is eminent in 1 in terms of scale. Like that would be an example of eminency. Premise 9, since consciousness exists in human beings and the first mover is the ultimate cause of all being, it must possess consciousness eminently, virtually, or formally. Conclusion 4 is therefore the first cause possesses consciousness formally, virtually, or eminently. Premise 10, but virtual possession implies potentiality. Conclusion 5, therefore the first mover cannot possess consciousness virtually, because the act of possessing conscious virtually would disqualify it as being a necessary being, i.e. because there's a pre-existing thing, which in reference would PSR would need a grounding and ultimately need a necessary being, which that caused it, or in the sense of potentia. This first option wouldn't be compatible. The second option wouldn't be compatible, so the first cause couldn't virtually create. Premise 11, only being that is itself conscious can possess consciousness in this way. Conclusion 6, therefore the first mover must be conscious. This fully actualized conscious first mover is what we call God. The reason it would have to be formally is because in terms of eminence, there isn't a higher or superior way in like intellect, in terms of possessing intellect or will or consciousness. You either possess it or not. For example, will, the ability of power to choose between two things. There isn't a version of will that's like greater than someone else's, like an eminent form of will. because this is all it is. It's like binary. It's either you do or don't have it. Intellect is just the ability to know universals, essences, and immaterial truths. There isn't an eminent form of this. We would have intellect the same way, like in the same sense that the first cause would have it, i.e. just in this strict definitional sense. So that's why it would be in the formal sense. I'll concede the rest of my time.
Awesome. Thank you for the opening there. Let me remove that. Oh, you wrote it. Cool. And then we've got apophatic. Let me get you pulled up here. Let me know when you're ready, and you will have 8 minutes. You ready, apophatic? We can't hear you, apophatic, if you're trying to speak.
Hello?
Yes, you ready for your 8 minutes?
No, I concede my time, man.
Okay. And then we've got... Oh, I hope I didn't just kick him. Oops. Hang on. And then both of y'all are up here. Who wants to go first?
I don't mind. I can go first if you want, Leo. Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's all good. I was sorry. I was just walking back from the bathroom.
Yeah,
I
no
thought
worries.
We had another
No worries.
opposing introduction that
You didn't listen to their introduction? Okay.
Let me know when you're ready, and you'll have 8 minutes.
Thanks. So I want to say thanks to Breakfast Taco.
Oh, no, I listened, but
okay. You just peed over it. Okay, gotcha. Thanks to Breakfast Taco, Bloodbath Debates. Thanks to Leo for partnering up, and to my opponents for agreeing to this debate.
Mega Bloodbath.
I'm sorry, Mega Bloodbath Debates. So my position is obviously that not only a god does not exist necessarily, but does not actually exist at all. Now, as a positive claim something to exist, it would be a burden for the theist to demonstrate. And I'll be presenting a few arguments as to why I believe a god does not exist, even though really the burden is on them to show that it does. Firstly, I want to talk about what a god is and what it means to be a god. Now, there's some different opinions or definitions, but I think the definition of god comes with a lot of baggage. The concept of gods has been defined and redefined from the start of simple animism, or attributing spirits to natural forces, to polytheism, and then into monotheism with different definitions. I want to be very clear that simply labeling something mundane as God and then trying to define it into existence is not actually addressing the core concept of a god. So I would usually define a god generally as any transcendent agent or being with will and sufficient power to violate or alter the physical laws of nature, usually associated with or being the source of divinity, sacredness, or sanctity. Now, this definition would need all those categories met: the will, sufficient power, and some kind of divinity. As a necessary being or something that's not contingent on anything else, a lot more has to be added. Now we can explain necessary as could not fail to exist, while contingent things could have failed to exist. Usually a god that exists necessarily has everything else that exists contingent on that god, making a massive burden of proof for our interlocutors to show that not only does a god exist, but everything is in fact contingent on this god. A god could exist and also be have will and power, but they've got to show that everything actually is contingent on this god. Now, I want to put across a few arguments why this god doesn't exist. The firstly is the lack of evidence. Now, you can make arguments about a god, but I feel that evidence is really what you're looking for when trying to prove something. There is literally no evidence to suggest such a god exists, and a lot of reasons why one doesn't. The first one is an immaterial mind. So this is a inductive argument. It's based upon what we see around us every day. We have examples of trillions of minds, all with some physical substrate to them. So some kind of brain, something that provides them with a physical medium in which to provide a mind. We have zero examples of a mind without any kind of physical substrate. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible that such a thing exists, but I think the burden for me to believe that such a thing exists depends on them showing that such a thing could possibly exist when we have so many examples to the counter. It's like saying, you know, I know that children are born because, you know, it comes from a biological process. And you say, well, you know, could they be brought by storks? Well, I've got so many examples of it being born of a biological process and none of them being brought by storks. Now, I can't say 100% that a child has never been brought by a stork, but with so many examples counter, you can make an inferential claim that, hey, until you get shown a baby coming about by being brought by a stork, it's reasonable to conclude that such a thing doesn't exist. And thirdly, it really depends on the attributes of the god, because a lot, as I said, gods come with a lot of baggage. A lot of the claims are contradictory or do not make sense. There's the problem of evil, problem of omnipotence, and there's a lot of problems. But in order to engage with this, I'll really have to get more into the nuts and bolts of what the god is. Yeah, I guess I concede the rest of my time. That's my intro. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the great introduction, and I'm pulling Leo up now. Leo, let me know when you're ready, and you'll have 8 minutes.
Go.
Go.
So, I'm not going to get too much into the nitty-gritties in my opening statement, just because most of this we'll probably get into in the open discussion. So I want to refrain from saying multiple things multiple times. To start, so the only kinds of necessity, because the concept of necessity is going to be relevant to this discussion clearly, that I think are relevant to this discussion are things like logical necessity or gnomic necessity. I don't think something like epistemic necessity or, say, deontic necessity are going to be relevant. And I take logical necessity to just mean that something is logically necessary if it obtains in all possible worlds. And I take gnomic necessity to be something necessitated by the quote-unquote law-like structure of physical reality. I don't know what it means for something to exist in a logically necessary way, because I take logical necessity to apply it to like propositions, things like that, where the necessity is given via some sort of like deductive rule of inference or something like that. And then again, gnomic necessity would just be something is necessary, but only insofar as it is in accord with the gnomic structure of reality. So one might say that something that's gnomically necessary is that like charge is conserved in under particle decay or something like that. I at least have never heard an argument that convinces me that God is either gnomically necessary because God is not a physical object, or that God is logically necessary, because I don't think that most theists take God to just be like some sort of proposition or the result of some sort of deductive rule of inference. So to say that something exists necessarily, I think, is already somewhat confused. To go a little further, so necessity, really what it means depends on what is referred to as the modality that one is speaking. As I've just explained, there's what it means to be logically necessity versus what it means to be gnomically necessity, and those don't mean the same thing. They mean, what their meaning is given by the sort of the scope of that modality, the logical modality versus the gnomic modality. As far as contingency is concerned, one thing that a lot of people do that I'd like to clear up right now is that contingency, as it's understood in metaphysics, is not some sort of dependency relation. So in metaphysics, contingency, I understand this might be how somebody uses the word in their everyday language, but in metaphysics, contingency is not a synonym for dependence. Contingency simply refers to something that is not impossible, but is not necessary. And with respect to that, I think that, as has already been mentioned, to try to argue that something that is contingent requires some sort of necessary explanation is going to assume some sort of principle of sufficient reason, whereby things which are contingent require some sort of explanation that is truly sufficient to explain the contingent nature of the entity in question. I have never heard an argument that motivates me to think that. I don't think that something's being contingent in any way, shape, or form entails or even implies that it needs an explanation. I would be curious to hear any sorts of arguments our opponents might have for why I should accept any version of the PSR, because there are many of them. But thus far, it's not something that I think is meaningful. I don't accept the PSR, and it is for these reasons that I think that nothing exists necessarily, let alone a God, which, as my partner has expressed, is something I don't take to exist at all. And I guess I can leave it there.
Thank you so much for all the amazing introductions. I'm pulling everybody back up here right now. I have links to 3 of the 4 in the description. Apophatic, if you send me a link to your YouTube, I can put it in the description as well. Mark and Leo on the left are taking the negative, as you've seen by the amazing introductions. Bug and Apophatic on the right are taking the affirmative here. The question is, does God necessarily exist? We have, let me double check the likes right now. We currently have 15 likes. We're shooting for 50. I'm removing a piece of clothing for each like, so I'll be taking off 15 pieces of clothing here shortly. I've got 50 on right now, so let's get all 50 pieces of clothing removed, and then once again, you can modify the conversation with the super chat. Is everybody here ready to get involved in tonight's mega bloodbath?
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Mega bloodbath engaged. You have an hour.
All right, Mark, Reid. I'd like to start. Can I call you Mark?
Yeah,
Is
of
that
course.
fine?
Yeah, go for it.
Just Mark. Yeah, I'm sure you can call me Apo or Apophatic.
Okay.
Okay, so I wanted you to clarify some things in your opening statement, right? Just a little bit. The first thing is you raised 2 arguments in the beginning. Why God does not exist, right? That's what you claimed. The first argument was by lack of evidence, an inductive argument that you raised. And I just want to repeat what you said, so I'm not, what I wrote down is not straw manning you. Essentially, an inductive argument for why an immaterial mind would probably not exist, right?
Yeah.
Or a disembodied mind.
Yeah. So it's an epistemic reason.
Okay, and then the second reasons you gave for why God doesn't exist would be the problem of evil and the problem of omnipotence. Those kind of philosophical
Well, it depends what kind of God that you're defending, because of course something like a deist God wouldn't have a problem with the problem of evil because it does not concern itself.
Right, like an omnibenevolent God would
yeah, a tri-omni God definitely would. So if it's omnipotent, omniscient, and omnibenevolent, then yes, absolutely.
Of course. Of course, I would hold to like more of a classical theistic God, so that would be something to possibly engage with later. The first argument, though, I mean, I would just want to ask, what do you mean by evidence?
Facts positively concordant with something to be true.
All right, let me write that
positively
down.
And I guess exclusively concordant, so things that point to one answer in particular.
Okay, of course. So the proposition, though, is that God does not exist necessarily, right? And your justification for that proposition is going to be an inductive argument, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I really, the proposition God does not exist is not justified by observing some things, right? If you're saying that, when you make a positive statement like, X is not the case, this is going to be in all possible worlds, right? Because you're assuming that it's if it's a being that exists in all possible worlds or is defined that way, then you're saying across all possible worlds this being wouldn't exist.
Well, the question is not whether God does not exist necessarily. The question is whether God does exist necessarily, i.e. in all possible worlds. So if we observe a world where he does not exist, then he does not exist necessarily.
Well, I know you're saying that, but you're making an argument that God does not exist in all possible worlds by observing some things.
I'm not. I'm making the argument that God does not exist in all possible worlds.
Yes, God does not exist in all possible worlds. You're making that argument.
Yes. So if in one possible world he does not exist,
Yep.
then I've answered the question of the debate.
Well, I mean, your argument, though,
this
right,
is a
is
shifting.
that you're observing
This
some
is a
things.
shifting of the burden of proof. This is what this is. Because the
What?
question is that God exists necessarily, or God exists in all possible worlds. My position does not have to be, I can prove that God does not exist in every single possible world. All I have
That's
to
what you started
prove,
with.
all
That
I
was your
have
opening
to
statement.
prove, all I have to prove is that God does not exist in any possible world. Any.
Yeah, I would agree with
Right.
that. But the issue that I have with that is you are making a universal claim here, and you're not realizing that.
What's my universal claim?
Right. Okay, so you're saying God does not exist, and your justification for that is by an inductive claim. Now, I don't take inductive arguments pretty seriously. I think they're quite poor. I would take more of a deductive argument where there's a conclusion that follows from premises a little bit more seriously. But your argument is simply that we observe that majority of minds are material.
Majority,
and
or exclusively for
Yeah.
every single one that we've ever found?
That we've ever found.
Because
By
when you
found, do
say
you mean something like
majority,
seeing,
it's a
hearing?
when you say majority, it suggests there's a minority that we're aware of that are immaterial, and that's not what I'm saying.
No, it suggests that there's a minority that's possible. Like you can. The point is that like when you make an inductive claim,
Mhm.
when we say that there are, it's talk about what could be the case.
Sure.
Okay, so precisely that's what I'm saying. When you say that all minds or majority, well, I try to qualify it with majority, is because there's still room
I wouldn't
of
say that.
possibility for an immaterial
I wouldn't
mind.
say that. I would say
There's not a-
100% of minds we are aware of that we have confirmed to be real, agreed on by everybody in the world, because everybody in the world agrees that, hey, humans have minds, animals have minds, all kinds of things have minds. All of them have physical substrate.
Right, but saying that majority of minds,
Mhm.
the point that I'm trying to prove here is that whenever you say, well, we observe that every single mind
Yes.
that we find
Yes.
is material,
Yes.
right? Every single one, 100%. Okay. Yeah, when I say that majority of minds are material, I'm not implying that there are some minds that we may have observed that are immaterial. I'm implying that there may be a possibility that there are
Okay.
immaterial
So
minds.
show the immaterial
That's what-
mind.
But
Okay.
Where is
Mark's
it?
statement that all minds observed thus far are material doesn't rule out the possibility that there could be immaterial
not-
minds. We just haven't seen one yet.
Right.
Well, of course, it doesn't rule out the possibility. The point is that you're making an inductive claim based upon a limited scope of observation. You're saying that
Sure.
we have not observed. Yeah,
That's
so
what
I don't
induction
know how that
is.
gets us to. I'm aware. I'm saying I don't know how that can get you to the conclusion. Well, God does not exist, or an immaterial mind can't exist, right? Because
I never said that
obviously-
immaterial mind cannot exist. I'm saying that you're making the claim that an
Okay.
immaterial mind exists, and I'm asking you to demonstrate that that immaterial mind does in fact exist, because without it, all you've got is a baseless claim.
Yeah. So, like, what criteria would you take for me to demonstrate it? Would it be an inductive case based off of our observation, or would it be something like
I don't know. I don't
logical
know what
deduction?
evidence you've got. I mean, a logical deduction, you can
Mhm.
try, but you've got to basically deduct every single possibility until you get to an immaterial mind existing. How are you going to do that? Sure. Make a logical case for
Yeah,
one.
but remember, the proposition is God does not exist. That's what you stated at the beginning. You said, well, I believe that God does not exist necessarily, and your first argument was an inductive argument.
No. I said that I believe that God does not exist. And you're saying that he exists necessarily. That he
Yes, I
exists in
am.
all
I
possible
understand.
worlds.
Yes.
Yes.
That would be contradictory to reject the proposition that God
So is it possible
exists.
that a God does not exist?
No. So
Why
there's
not?
Absolutely.
What kind of contradiction are we talking about? Like a logical contradiction?
Yeah, P and not P would follow.
What would the P and not P be?
and believing that God does not exist.
Yeah, what's God does not exist entails a contradiction. What is that contradiction?
You wouldn't be able to provide the sufficient reason for contingent things or the set of all contingent things.
Why would you need to do that?
Why would you need to do that?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Well, Leophilus, you reject the PSR, right?
Leophillius. Yes, I do.
Leophillius,
Most
forgive me
metaphysicians do.
mispronouncing your name. All right, so you reject.
You can just call me Leo,
PSR.
by the way. Just
I call you
that's
Leo.
probably-
All right, Leo.
yeah.
So you reject that that proposition that the PSR or the
Yes.
axiom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's very
Um,
hard to tell whether acausal things actually do occur. Like, for instance, the
Mhm.
radiometric decay of particles. Like, we can't really figure out any cause, so we believe it's acausal. Not the rate of it, but which atoms actually decay. So we don't know if there is acausal things or not. But you're sort of saying, hey, there definitely is no acausal effects in our world, and to me, that's another baseless claim. That you haven't actually shown there to be zero acausal effects. You're just assuming that is so.
All right. So the first, okay. So the debate will hinge upon proving the PSR. That's all I wanted to get out of Leo here. Give me 1 minute.
Okay, well, we'll talk about something else, and maybe we'll ask you about things, because you went to.
Can I just provide some
well-
quick clarification?
Yeah, sure, Leo. Go.
Just to clarify, contingency doesn't entail causality. What the argument that's generally given is that it entails explanation. So somebody could technically hold to a PSR even though they believe that there were acausal processes in physical reality. They might not be causal, but they would still be explained in some other non-causal way. I'm not necessarily saying that, that either of our opponents has that view, just that that is a view that one can take.
I don't think, I'm not sure that's coherent. I'd maybe disagree with you on that, Leo, but I mean, they can take that view. I just don't think that would be coherent, really.
Yeah, I don't see that working out either. I think we can all agree that ultimately this is going to hinge on, like, if the PSR is proven, then we can prove God's existence. Is that correct?
Well, I don't.
Well, I think
so.
if I accepted a PSR, I would just accept that there's some sort of explanation for the set of contingent facts. Well, I don't even know if I would accept that particularly. A lot of this, for me, has to do with like Van Inwagen's modal collapse. If one accepts the PSR, so I mean, I think that really does it for the PSR, to be completely honest.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you obviously had a disagreement on PSR. I wanted to talk to you about that. I know in your intro you mentioned there's many definitions of PSR. The definition I'm going with is that everything that exists has a sufficient reason why it is and why it is as it is, rather than otherwise. Obviously you disagree with that definition. I would argue that it's what we call a self-evident truth, i.e., like, if you were to deny PSR, you'd be stating that brute facts exists. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I do think there are brutely.
And then a brute fact is something that has no explanation, no reason, no grounding, no norm, no intelligible structure. Is that fair to say?
I would say it has no explanation. I don't know if I would agree with all the other stuff.
Like, so something could be a brute fact and have a reason for its existence?
If by reason we mean some sort of explanation, no.
Okay, and then what about grounding?
I think it just depends on the concept of grounding. Okay. I think I'd lean towards that if something is brutally contingent, that it would be properly ungrounded. But again, that just depends on. I can just say, I think if something's contingent, it's not grounded.
That's fair enough. So I would say to say that the PSR is false, or that, i.e., like, brute facts exists, or even that, like, a thing specifically is a brute fact, like let's say X is a brute fact, is to use a normative and a reason, i.e., there's an aim at truth, like it's true that you believe this, and then the reason, you believe this because you believe it's true. Like, there's reason within the statement, just to even say that a brute fact exists, or that even one thing exists as a brute fact. in order to say that, it would be presupposing the truth of PSR. You'd be presupposing the very principle that you're denying, which would make it a self-evident truth, i.e., it's denial.
Well, yeah, having reasons for believing that some entity is brutally contingent isn't a statement about the brute contingency of that entity. It's a statement about my belief in its brute contingency.
Okay.
To give an example, I believe that quantum fields are brutally contingent, but I think I've got reasons to believe that. That largely have to just do with, I think, the PSR. It's not true. But that doesn't say anything about the fact that, or the idea that, to be fair, that quantum fields are brutally contingent entities.
Yeah.
Well, I had some questions, like you're asking us a lot. So I wanted to go on to this statement you made about necessary beings, and you said that the necessary being is outside of the totality. And I want to find out what you mean, Bug, because sort of outside the totality, it's kind of like, well, the totality is everything. So if something's outside, that then becomes part of the totality. And I'm wondering, just a second point is, why has it got to be outside the totality? Why can't the necessary being be the totality itself?
Well, the totality I'm talking about is like contingent reality, i.e., like the totality of all contingent things. The reason a necessary being couldn't be the totality of all contingent things is because it's necessary. So it would be a contradictory there, because contingent and necessary are, to affirm that some, like, X is contingent and necessary would be affirming a formal contradiction.
Okay. So if you're saying the totality is like the universe, for instance, that's all contingent things, right?
Say that again. Sorry.
Like the universe is the totality, for instance. I'm really trying to understand in real world
you
terms.
Could, like, if you wanted to say that the universe is the totality of all contingent reality, sure.
Well, I'm wondering why the universe can't be the necessary state of affairs, like why that can't be the necessary being.
Yeah, once again, like, as I said before, ultimately this debate's going to hinge on PSR and the truth of the statement itself. You could show that the universe can't be the necessary being, but it's going to be in reference to PSR, either through the principle of proportionate causality or through the PSR directly.
Okay. Another question that I had is, like, you sort of said that you hinged will on being able to recognize certain things. Like, you gave the example of an apple, if you remember, that it can recognize an apple. We do have examples. I'm not sure I would assign an agent, which I would consider a god to be an agent, to just be able to recognize things. Because in nature and science, we have things that can recognize something, but I wouldn't assign them agency. For instance, a seed could recognize a change in temperature, but it doesn't have agency. It just follows a natural process. A computer could recognize an apple, but it doesn't have agency. So can you explain...
What do you mean by agency?
Well, the ability to make independent decisions, the ability to have will to change its decisions, basically, make decisions.
Okay. And then you said, can you explain, and then stop. I didn't hear the rest of that.
Well, I think I was interrupted, but that's okay. It's splitting hairs. Can you explain why recognition of external phenomenon necessarily means that something has will or agency, the ability to change your mind? Or change my mind, basically.
Will, yeah, so will would be, like, for example, you wouldn't say that a computer necessarily has will, because it's not based on it choosing between two things on its own power, obviously it's grounded in its coding, right? Those types of things. But you would, so you would say that they, like a computer, wouldn't have will.
Correct.
Yeah. What was the
can,
other half of your question?
Can we agree that just being able to recognize something or identify it does not necessarily mean something has will?
Well, how did I define will?
How did you define? Well, maybe redefine it for me then. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something.
The ability / power to choose between two things.
Yes.
Yeah. It's and that would be in reference to, like, under your own
So
accord or free.
for instance, a seed can recognize certain amount of conditions that have been established in order to take root and grow, for instance. Like, it would be able to recognize certain information in order to process that information, and, you know, a process would start, but it does not have will. It doesn't have any ability to change it. So, you know, if you fool a seed by creating the conditions and then change them, it will just die, but it will try to do that anyway. I don't think a seed would have will.
Yeah. So, like, with like the seed example, like an aspect of will, especially within like Aristotelian metaphysics, would be possessing intellect as well. Like,
Sure.
i.e., like, it would be the power for a rational being to pursue what the intellect presents as good, or what the in reference to also just being able to power to choose between two things. So an aspect of will would also require intellect, or in some sense a self-awareness, and like intentionality. Something like a seed wouldn't do those things because, like, for example, a seed doesn't weigh good, like the goodness of things, or like it's in reference. A seed does things because like growing and those types of things via like its biological programming, external stimuli. It's not its own deliberate, intentional action. If you know what I'm saying. In the same way that it is for, like, for example, a human.
Yeah, I would agree. I think
Are we getting at this idea that why think this, if we grant that there's some sort of necessary explanation for the set of contingent facts, of like why think it's an agent? Are we getting, is that what we're getting at here?
Yeah. That's what I'm getting at anyway. I don't think, even if there is a necessary cause, I don't think that it has been established that that is in fact an agent. You know, I think that that's the weakest part of that argument that I saw.
Yeah. Within what you just said, Leophillius, are you, if you're granting something that's necessary, I'm assuming you're still rejecting PSR?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Then, I mean, ultimately, like, how would you know that there even is an explanation to begin with? If things can be brute facts, right? Then how would you even know that there was a necessary being? How would you even be able to make the claim that PSR is false? How would you be able to say that, for example, like, the scientific method itself would be irrational? The idea that, like, having explanatory processes behind these things would also be ultimately irrational as well.
Thinking that there are brute contingencies doesn't mean you can't have explanations for anything.
No, but if things can be, if you're granting that brute facts can exist, then you're also granting it's a brute fact that God just exists, without reasoning. The debate.
Well, I don't think God exists, so I would.
Yeah, well, no, like, just within the debate, if you're just saying that, denying PSR and saying that brute facts don't exist, I can just affirm or that brute facts exist, then I can just affirm that God exists as a brute fact.
Yeah,
and
you
then
could.
the debate's over.
But
It
at
kinda
that point,
ruins
you would be
rational thought,
conceding
but then-
debate, because if God is brutally contingent, then God is not necessary.
Well, you could also.
I mean, it is a move you can do, but it would be conceding the debate.
That is true.
You could, as I said, you could also, like, for example, if you're affirming that brute facts exist, I even to say that there needs to be a being or that there is a necessary being, it's pointless, because it should just be brutally the case that it is or isn't, as well as like the idea of using rational thought or having like truth claims or normatives or those types of things also would be incoherent, because you have no understanding, like no differentiator whether this thing actually is brute or has reason, because it grants that that's possible. Like either case is a possibility. Like if we grant brute facts, let's say X, Y, and Z things come about, exist, right? You are basically granting that there's a potential for X, Y, and Z all to be brute. So even just to say that, like, let's say X has like reasoning, like ultimately there's no way to know that that even itself, that reason can be brute fact, X can still be brute fact. It leads into
Well, I
like,
mean, it's
complete
possible that
incoherency.
everything could just be brutally contingent, but I just that being possible, I don't think is meaningful. Just like I could grant it's possible that everything could be necessary, but I don't think that's meaningful. The fact that it's possible doesn't tell me about whether things are that way.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if you're just even within that, like, you would just affirm then that like rationality completely crumbles to an extent. Would you affirm
I don't
that?
see how.
Well, it because there's a possibility that everything could just be brute.
Yeah, there's a possibility
and
that everything could
there's
just be
really no
necessary.
way.
Then I don't actually make any decisions, and I'm not really an agent because everything is just necessary. But I don't care. I don't think that's the
Well,
way
that there
the world
isn't a
is.
case that everything could be necessary. Like you could show that humans wouldn't be necessary because like they have attributes, Ying, they have potentials, etc. Which
I could also show that humans aren't brutally contingent.
You couldn't really show that.
Yeah, I could.
Like you could go back in the sense that
I could cite evolutionary
not-
theory that gives us some sort of like causal and material development of human
yes,
beings.
but then
and of
ultimately
life.
that thing itself.
I could
is
appeal
brute.
to my parents as an explanation for why I exist. There's a variety of things.
Yeah, in the sense you could go back and say your parents and so forth, but ultimately, like even if you go
Are
all
you-
the way back
Are
to,
you
like,
trying to ask me how I differentiate between something that's explained and something that's brutally contingent on my view?
No, what I'm saying is even
Oh,
if you go
okay.
back with evolution, like that, the entire process itself could have just been brute fact. Like there's not an.
Well,
actual
it could have, but it's
and
not.
no
It's
type of-
explained in terms of physics and chemistry and thermodynamics.
in accordance to our knowledge. But is that absolutely the case?
Well,
it's
I
still
wouldn't say
like, would it-
absolutely the case, but I would say that is the case.
So there's potential for it to just be brute.
If by potential you mean it's possible, yeah, but whether something is possible doesn't tell me about whether or not it is that
So
way.
like ultimately everything within your worldview has the possibility to be brute.
Well, he's
Sure, but that's trivially
he's just
true.
saying
Like,
it's
nothing turns on that
logically
fact.
possible. There's no contradiction in that, right? That's what you're saying, Leo. There's no logical contradiction in that.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with
Right.
thinking the world is that way. I don't think it's that way.
Correct.
I think it's clear it's not that way.
Mhm.
I feel like what he's trying to ask me, and maybe I'm wrong here, but it feels like what he's trying to ask me is how do I differentiate between then something that's brutally contingent, if I grant that there are things that are brutally contingent. And just to answer that question, I think it has to do largely with this notion of degrees of freedom. So in thinking the parameters that are needed to sort of characterize the state of a system or a process, and once you get to underlying degrees of freedom that you can appeal to account for something, then I would argue that you've reached the bottom. That's the bottom. Those are properly fundamental entities, and they are brutally contingent in virtue of that fact. Which is why I think something like quantum fields are at least one class of things that are properly fundamental and brutally contingent, because you cannot reduce the mechanics or the dynamics of quantum fields to more underlying degrees of freedom.
Yeah, you could, but ultimately by affirming that like PSR is false, you could lead into like within a principle of explosion in some sense that everything is ultimately inexplicable. Let's say with like, for example, there's...
Well, I mean, sure, everything would be inexplicable at its fundamental level, but again, I think that's just trivially true. I don't think that's anything really turns on that fact.
You could even say in some sense that it's like a logical impossibility could be false.
That what is logically
could be,
impossible?
Could be like for example, you could affirm that LNC could be false. Like, let's say, for example, like the argument that like X must not be true because if it were, it would be inexplicable, or like
I wouldn't say LNC as in like the law of non-contradiction. I wouldn't say that's true or false, because I don't take the laws of logic to be, I take them to be axioms, so I don't take them to be propositions, and thus I don't take them to be truth apt.
All right. I know Apophatic has something to say on that. If you want to comment on Apophatic.
On what? Whether logic is
said,
axioms?
Yeah, axioms and not propositions, and that there's no truth there.
All right, so how would you cash it out? Logic is an axiom. How would you cash it out?
Well, no, logic is based on axioms.
Logic is based on axioms. So like the LNC, would that be an axiom?
I would think so, yeah. I think that's an axiom of classical logic.
Okay, and how would you cash out what that means? You say it's an axiom.
That just means that's some sort of statement that humans work with.
Okay.
So
and how would you define a proposition?
A proposition is some sort of truth apt statement. A statement that can be true or false.
Yeah, I can agree with that. All right. So I would say a proposition is a primary truth bearer. So when you say something like logic is an axiom, or for example, the LNC is an axiom, but it's not a proposition, that's kind of I don't know how that would make sense, right? Because if an axiom is just a statement, and a proposition is, in your view, a statement which can be true or false, then it would fall under that definition, right? As a proposition.
I don't think so.
How would it not fall under that definition as a...
The same way there's lots of statements that don't fall under that definition. If I said, what time is it? That's not true or false. Questions aren't truth apt. I would say that but they're still statements. I would say axioms, like questions, are statements that are not truth apt.
Are axioms reducible to sentences?
Are axioms reducible to... I mean, I think axioms are probably in some sense a sentence.
Okay.
At least in some formal language, I think they would be some form of sentence.
So would the LNC be prior to language or posterior to it?
Are sentences prior to language?
No, is the LNC prior to language?
Is the LNC prior? I think that depends on what we mean by language. But largely, I would say
sentence structures. How about that?
I don't think it.
I don't think it
would be. I think that the laws of logic, including the LNC, are kind of models of how physical reality behaves, and I think that the way that we've described it is an axiom, but we're trying to describe something in the real world, much like mathematics is axiomatic, but we're trying to describe something in the real world.
All right, yeah. So you're attempting to describe something that is in the real world. Now, would you say it's a material thing? What is
that? Something cannot be itself and not itself at the same time?
Yeah, the LNC, if you're saying it's a material thing, what material
so something
thing
cannot be itself and something not itself at the same time?
Yeah, I'm saying, what is that? You're saying it's a material thing that exists. I'm saying point to the material thing.
Well,
which
any material thing, like my pen cannot exist and not exist at the same time.
Yeah, I understand the principle, but the principle is not identical to your pen.
Correct.
The principle or standard for the LNC is not your pen. It's not reducible to any kind of matter.
I didn't
I'm
say
saying,
it would be.
Well, if you're claiming it's matter,
But do you understand? Do you
you did,
understand
you
a
said it's
model
material.
is not matter?
Okay, a model
Yes,
is
it's
not
like
matter.
saying, well, the map can't be reduced to the hills that you're describing.
Well, okay. The issue that you're not understanding is when you say the LNC is made up of matter.
I never
it's
said that.
material. That's what you claim. You did say
I never
that.
said that.
I asked if the LNC was material.
No, I
and you
said it's
yes.
describing some physical property.
Is it itself material?
The description, no. Descriptions are never physical.
They're
What
never physical.
Can you point me to a physical description?
When I describe something, is that reducible to the physical breath that comes out of my mouth?
Well,
or do you believe in
depends on
immaterial
how you're
concepts or ideas
describing
that we
it,
have?
really.
Do you believe that when we are describing reality, is that through immaterial concepts in our mind?
Yeah, to our mind, sure. But it still reduces to the physical, right?
Is our mind made up of matter?
Yeah.
Wait. Hold on now. Is our mind material or immaterial? How can immaterial concepts correspond to a material mind or exist within a material
Because it's
mind?
an abstraction.
So you're saying an immaterial concept
An
or
abstraction.
idea can exist within the confines of something material?
I never said that.
You
No,
just
so
did. You
when,
literally said
when I'm describing something, like
Yeah.
I'm basically going, okay, well, I see my water bottle over there, right? And then I'm turning to you and I'm describing it. I have an abstraction of that water bottle in my mind. It is not the real water bottle, right? Like it is not the thing itself. And I may not have the model in my mind as having all of the chips or dents on it or whatever. It may just be an approximation. And that's what I'm saying. We're making an abstraction to describe something in the real world that does not...
Yeah, is the abstraction or the phantasm in your mind material or immaterial? Oh, I get what you're saying.
Well, maybe the audience doesn't, so I'm going to
phantasm-
explain it for them because you're just interrupting me.
Okay,
So it
go
does
ahead.
not
Yeah, go
mean
ahead.
that that thing actually exists that is in my mind. It is an abstraction, right?
Yeah, of course, you have a phantasm of
Is
an
the
object that you observe.
abstraction physical?
In my worldview, no. I don't believe that mind is matter.
There you go.
So no, I wouldn't believe that. When I abstract something that is within my intellect, which is immaterial in my worldview, so I believe that there can be immaterial abstractions that your mind interacts with. Now, if you think that abstractions are immaterial, well, the issue I'm going to have now is how can that subsist within a mind?
It's just an abstraction. It's the same as if I talk about a
that
computer...
does not answer my question. Saying it just is an abstraction doesn't answer my question.
It's just a concept.
I think
My
he's
question
asking
was,
about
how
the
does it-
ontology.
How does
of
an immaterial
abstractions.
abstraction
Well,
subsist
it does
within a
not
material mind?
exist
You believe the mind is
ontologically.
material, you believe it's matter. It doesn't have positive existence?
I mean, I don't think so. I'm a
Yeah.
nominalist about
Well, of
abstracting
course,
myself.
yeah, of course you would say abstractions don't. Well, you could say abstractions have positive existence and be a nominalist. That's not mutually exclusive.
I don't think so. I think that's
Well,
what
I think it
nominalism
has
is, that abstracted
conceptual
are not real.
existence.
Abstracted
Nominalism
do
is
not
that
exist.
universals in reality are reducible to particulars, right? But apart from
No.
reality, maybe in the mind, they can
nominalism
be-
is the idea that abstractions do not exist. Abstract are not real.
Okay. Well, it
I
simply
feel like
no.
we've
It's simply
gone
that
off
the
topic for a little bit now, and it's kind of letting it roll. But remember, the topic is: does God exist necessarily?
No.
Let's try to make sure to pull our statements back into that.
all right. So we'll get away from the idea that immaterial abstractions can exist.
I never said
Apophatic.
that.
Quick
Yeah, what's
question
up,
for
Buck?
you. Would you affirm that with denying PSR, like, okay, real quick, Leophilus or Leophillius, do you affirm that there can't be contradictions?
I think that I agree with classical logic for the most part.
Okay. Apophatic.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on rejecting PSR and then affirming that LNC is true and that there can't be contradictions?
Well, I think that rejecting the PSR leads to a performative contradiction, at the very least. So I would to argue positively for the principle of sufficient reason, I would argue sort of Aristotle's argument from retorsion, that when you deny PSR, when you say that PSR is not the case, you are essentially saying that there is no sufficient reason for anything that exists. That proposition of itself, performatively, you would have to assume there is some kind of sufficient reason behind that claim itself. So the claim itself, there is no sufficient reason for anything that exists, would itself require a sufficient reason. Now, if you say it doesn't, then you're assuming that basically everything is just inexplicable and nothing needs to be explained. The issue is that would fall under the same scrutiny for the proposition that God exists. I would not have to provide a sufficient reason for God. It simply would just be inexplicable, meaning debate itself would be impossible. That would be my issue with rejecting the PSR.
Well, yeah, you can have a sufficient reason for the claim. That doesn't tell you anything about the object of the claim.
Well, it's saying that in order for your claim to be valid, it must require a sufficient reason, right? That's the principle that you're rejecting. That's the principle you're rejecting, right?
Rejecting the PSR doesn't mean that all things are unexplained.
Yeah, it's saying that there is. So PSR is simply the idea that everything has a sufficient reason.
And just
right. And rejecting it is not the statement that nothing has a sufficient reason, just that not everything does.
I feel like Apophatic. This is the same problem as necessary.
But it allows
the claim that not everything has a sufficient reason has a sufficient reason. It's one of the things that does happen to have a sufficient reason.
Remember, Leo, but that means that everything can fall under that category of possibly being inexplicable.
Yeah, so, but again, granting that it's possible that something can be inexplicable is not the statement that it is inexplicable. I've already been over this.
Some things can be explicable and other things can be inexplicable. That is the core idea of like rejecting PSR. I'm not saying that you're saying everything is inexplicable. I mentioned that earlier as an example for why I would see that statement would be wrong. Now, if you're saying that some things are explicable and other things are inexplicable, I mean, I would like to understand the criteria for how you can decipher whether something can be inexplicable or explicable.
I explained that, whether or not it can be reduced to underlying degrees of freedom.
Whether or not it can be reduced to underlying degrees of freedom. Degrees of freedom, correct. What does that even get to mean?
Like I said earlier, degrees of freedom. I used the term
Bug was debating you and I was...
As it is in physics, where the degrees of freedom are just the parameters needed to characterize the state of a system. So if you can give the mechanics of some system or the dynamics of some system without having to refer to more underlying degrees of freedom, or if you just outright can't find, there just aren't more underlying degrees of freedom, then I would argue that is something that is brutally contingent. Not only brutally contingent, but properly fundamental.
But I mean, what is the standard of if you just can't find it?
Well, it's not just that you can't find it, it's that there are none. It
doesn't exist.
Okay, there are none.
Yeah.
So I could literally say the proposition that God exists, that's just inexplicable. I don't need a sufficient reason to justify that. Just as the proposition God does not exist does not require a sufficient reason. Essentially, all of our propositions...
I think you need reasons to think that God doesn't exist.
That God doesn't exist?
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay. Well, my point that I'm saying here is if you're denying the principle of sufficient reason, that all things require a sufficient reason or explanation for its own existence, that would mean that every proposition would fall under that scrutiny to where my affirmative and your negative would both be completely inexplicable. Saying that it can be would not work in a debate. Just that it can be. My point is that your affirmative that God does not necessarily exist, or not affirmative, negative. My affirmative that God does necessarily exist would both be equally inexplicable. We wouldn't be able to get to whether...
Not if I don't consider that one of the things that's inexplicable.
All right, exactly. That's the problem. Your consideration is what degree of freedom it's under, which is, I mean, what kind of metric is that? Like what kind of what kind of justification or basis does that metric have? What is a sufficient reason for that metric itself?
What is the sufficient? I think it works.
You think it works?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If I told
it seems to. I can describe. Why
does not exist necessarily? I think it works. I think it works,
okay.
Guys.
You can.
Yeah, you could say that, but I mean that's not.
This is just a shitty argument.
Sure, just like I made that claim.
Well, technically, within their worldview, that this is true. Like within your worldview, it actually doesn't make sense how like you couldn't even prove the LNC. It actually doesn't even make sense why you affirm it because contradictions could exist.
I just take it as an axiom.
Well, yeah, the reason the contradiction can exist is just cause, or like just as brute facts.
It's just goes, bro. It just works, bro.
It also like
It
the
just
same
works.
way, like even having a debate is literally impossible because either position can just affirm the right just cause, or because I said so, or whatever. Because logic's completely thrown out the window.
Yeah.
They could do that, then
Yeah,
they'd just be like sacrificing any meaningful
But
debate.
that's literally what you just
do you
did. So
know-
did you?
No, it's
Bug,
not. I didn't
Bug,
just
do
do
you
that.
know?
You just did because
Bug, do you know in
No, I didn't.
quantum physics we can't use classical logic for that? We have quantum logic. We literally cannot apply the things that you are talking about on a quantum level, right? We have to throw it out. Now, does that mean that the classical laws of logic are contradicted? We don't know. We don't know, right? Like, we just don't know. But there is a different system of logic for quantum. It's called quantum logic.
There are logicians who don't accept classical logic.
Mark,
Yeah.
I'd appreciate if you didn't
Works, right?
use logic here because, like,
Why?
I think that's incompatible with the rejection of PSR.
Why would that be
Why would that be
incompatible with rejection?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Within logic, like if you deny PSR, you're holding to brute facts, just being like things can exist at like for
But
no
what
reason
law
or
of
just cause.
logic does it violate?
Yeah,
Those
some
types of
things can.
That's completely, you could throw out logic itself.
No,
You could
what
say
law of
that-
logic?
Why would
this
you do
thing's
that?
a
What law
contradiction
of
just
logic
cause,
does it violate?
or like even that you're
Bug,
like
Bug,
right
you
now
can't just say, "Hey, you
you
can't."
can't
use
prove the
logic
laws of
anymore.
logic.
Like
You
you're
can't
ba-
prove the laws of logic.
I don't think laws of logic are things that are proven. They're axioms.
Yeah.
Okay, what define axiom? Would you affirm that axiom is a
Well, you still
proposition you
haven't
choose
told
to
me what
accept as
law
a
of logic
foundation?
I'm violating by that.
Well, the laws of logic don't matter.
Oh,
since
they don't
you
matter.
reject brute
Oh, your
Yes,
Wh-
within
why-
your
why
worldview,
would
they
I-
don't
why
matter.
would I
Like, for
Okay,
example,
real fast.
hold up, Mark,
Guys,
I could
everybody
say,
calm down. Guys,
Wow.
everybody calm down for a second. And while we calm everybody down, we'll do a quick intermission.
I think we're all pretty calm.
Make sure everybody slams that like button. We're at 25 likes. We have 24 more to go. I'm removing a piece of clothing for each like. Also, if you have any questions for the debaters, please send in a super chat. It'll also add an additional minute to the debate for each super chat. We have 4 out of 60 minutes used up or available right now. So you guys have 56 minutes that you guys can buy for the show. All right.
so the reason the laws of logic don't matter in this scenario is because I can just say that they're false just because, or that I can contradict.
Yeah, you
them
could
just
do
'cause
that,
of
but
this
that would
contradiction.
just be unreasonable.
Yeah. So are you affirming that brute facts in this scenario are unreasonable?
I still don't understand
No.
how brute contingencies leads
You
to.
just- okay, wait.
laws of
You just
Unreasonable
said
in the
this is
sense that they literally
unreasonable,
don't have
and then I
reasons
just
for them, but they're not unreasonable in the everyday sense of the term. Logical or something of that sort.
so is it unreasonable in this sense?
In what sense?
In the sense that I'm right now in saying that like you could just
Like
affirm
something sort of like illogical
laws-
or irrational or
that
something
like
like
laws
that?
of
No, not in
logic
that
can be
sense.
violated just because like that's not unreasonable.
That the laws of logic can be violated just because? Well,
Yeah, that's
I don't even
unreasonable.
know
I
what
think
I don't
so.
even know what's being claimed there.
Yeah.
Like for example, this is a contradiction and can violate LNC just because,
Well, I don't.
or like there's
okay,
no
so
reason it just can't.
What is it that
Like,
violates
is that
the LNC?
unreasonable?
And in virtue of what does it violate the LNC? I don't-
Like for example, this ball in the same time and same respect can both be read and not be read.
well, then it wouldn't be red, and it wouldn't be not red.
You can just say that this contradiction, this ball can both be read and not read in the
I
same
wouldn't
time and
say
same
that.
respect just because.
I mean, yeah, you can
No,
say that. I
like
just take
yeah,
that to be
but
illogical.
would you take that as being unreasonable?
Yeah, it's illogical. Why would you
So-
start affirming?
So then
obvious
brute
logical
facts
contradictions?
in that specific context are unreasonable.
Well, I don't think you see. Again, we're going to this. If you reject the PSR, then everything can be a brute fact. That's not the claim. That does not follow.
Okay, I would say that everything has the. You already affirmed that everything has the possibility to be a. brute
Yeah, and
fact
again,
in
I've
PSR.
specified now for the third or fourth time that something X being possible doesn't say anything about whether X is.
Yes, but even if you
All you're
affirm
saying
that,
is that
you
there's no
can't show-
contradictions in conceiving in conceiving of X.
You can't show
Yeah.
one position
There's nothing
over.
logically contradictory about conceiving that everything is brutally contingent, but that says literally nothing about whether everything is brutally contingent,
You can't
which I don't think is the case.
Bug.
You
Listen,
can't
I'm
show
going to
one
try
position over
I'm going to
another
try
at
to
that point.
clarify, right? Like, okay, so
I understood what he said. You don't need to clarify.
Well, the problem is that it is possible that I could be elsewhere doing something right now, but I'm not, and I don't believe that I'm not. You used yours of saying, hey, just because you believe it's possible you're somewhere else, you're conceding that you're somewhere else. No.
No, what I'm saying is that within that, given the fact that it's possible things that everything can be a brute fact, that like one case, like this thing is or is this thing being a brute fact, because you can just affirm that it is.
Well, somebody could,
there is
but
no
that
reason.
doesn't mean that it
Okay,
is.
like could you give me an example of something that you could show as a brute fact
that
isn't a brute fact?
Evolution
Isn't a
shows
brute
that
fact?
humans aren't
not.
brute facts, right? Like, so evolution shows that humans aren't brute facts.
That's just
Leo
wrong.
brought up that example. What do you mean? Do you not believe in evolution, or is it something to do
That's
with
just
the
wrong.
logic?
Electrons aren't brute facts.
That's wrong, just because like evolution doesn't show it.
Electrons aren't brute facts. There are reasons why there are electrons.
No, electrons are brute facts.
And real
not
fast,
Yeah.
JL Warren or Bridge of Divide says Apophatic and Bug Got Nothing are already crashing out. They've got no rebuttal and already conceded. Thank you for the super chat.
The point
You're
is
wrong,
that there
JL.
is no
Just
rebuttal. There is ultimately no rebuttal. Like
I'm curious,
logic
Bug,
between
on
either
your
position.
view,
You can
electrons
just-
are brutally contingent entities?
No, like what I'm saying is within this scenario, you can't like show that something isn't a brute fact.
Yeah, I can. Electrons aren't brute facts because I can give a reason why there are electrons.
What's the
Because
reasoning?
There are resonant perturbations in the electron field, which is what electrons are.
But there's no.
I
there's
can
no
take an electron and
electrons don't
I can explain it in terms of more underlying degrees of freedom, namely the dynamics of the electron field.
And then
But I can't take the dynamics of the electron field and reduce that to more underlying degrees of freedom. So the electron field is brutally contingent, but electrons are not.
Someone can just affirm that electrons don't exist, violating a law
Sure,
of
they can do that.
non-contradiction.
There are lots
No.
of people that are
Yeah.
some sort of idealist.
Sure.
What does that have to do
You
with
can
anything?
affirm
they
that
could-
electrons don't
they could
exist,
say
violating
electrons-
the law
I
of
could affirm that the
non-contradiction.
universe was
And then
shat
you
out
can
by a
affirm-
magical unicorn.
and you
Like,
can
there's a lot of
affirm-
things I could affirm.
And then the law of non-contradiction there can be contradictions just because. That's the point.
There are
You can't
people that think there are
Yes, so that's the
contradictions.
point.
Graham
That's
Priest
the
is
point
one of
I'm
them.
making. You can't show that
What does that have?
something isn't a
What
brute
turns
fact.
on that fact?
The point is you can't show that something isn't a brute fact.
I just did. Both
Yeah,
me and
but
Mark did.
That
You did.
I can I can explain
With your
planets in
argument-
terms of gas, dust, and gravity.
with your electron.
I can explain gravity in terms of curvature and the geometry of spacetime. If I can explain these things, if there's reasons sufficient for the obtention of these entities, then they're not brutally contingent. Unless we just disagree about what it means to be brutally contingent, which I don't think that we do.
You could just affirm that it's not. Those reasons are wrong.
Sure.
It's
Okay.
possible that those reasons are wrong,
Okay.
and that
It's
it
sure.
is just a brute fact. Okay,
I just
so it is possible.
I don't
right?
know what turns on this. What
Wait,
turns on
no,
the possibility? What
Leophillius.
does-
So it is possible. You would affirm.
Sure. What turns
Okay.
on that fact?
So what I asked you was to show how you could show that electrons aren't a brute fact. But
yeah,
since
which you would
it's
do
given-
by showing the reason
but
sufficient
since
for
it's
why there are
given that
electrons,
it's
right?
possible that those reasons are wrong and that it is a brute fact, you didn't show that electrons aren't a brute fact.
Yes, I did.
You just gave a possible scenario in which they aren't.
Well, I know I gave the actual scenario. It
But you
is
can't show
a
that
fact
that's the
of
actual
the world that
scenario. You could
electrons
just be
exist
wrong.
in virtue of resonant perturbations in the underlying electron.
But you're just wrong.
The
as a
reason
brute fact.
why there are electrons is because there are resonant
Why,
perturbations
why
in
is
the
he
electron
wrong? I
field.
don't understand. Why is he wrong about
Oh,
the
because-
physics of
just-
this?
Just because.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm rejecting PSR now.
Are you?
It's a brute fact. That
Oh,
you're
is
just
it?
wrong. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
That's logical within your worldview.
Well, I'm right because my Aunt Sally says
yeah,
that
exactly.
I'm right.
That's the point.
My Aunt Sally
That's
is just,
all logic completely just dissipates within your worldview because that's
if you
logically
think so.
possible. That's
I didn't know all those philosophers that work in logic that reject the PSR are just doing nothing all day long. I guess they just why am I doing this stupid logic?
Is anything
well,
I
must
said
just
illogical?
because, right? They're doing it just
is
because.
anything I said illogical in your worldview about the brute?
Illogical, as in like contain some sort of logical contradiction? No.
Okay, so then it is
that's not a high bar.
Yes.
You seem to think that like not being contradictory.
I said that it's logical within your worldview, and you rejected that. Did you not mean to say that? Like, is it logical?
He's already conceded that it is possible that everything has no contingency like you're suggesting, and there's no sufficient reason for anything, and things just pop, the electrons just pop into existence for no reason. They are a brute contingency. He's already accepted that's possible. But just because something's logically possible does not mean it is actually the case. So you're sort of going, well, because it's logically possible, then I can just claim that it's true. Yeah, you can claim that, but is there any epistemic reason to believe that?
There's no epistemic reason to believe in anything. There's no reason to believe in anything because everything could just have no reason.
It's
and
possible.
You can't show any either.
It's logically
you can't show one way over another. And in fact, you're using logic right now, but within your worldview, logic could just be a brute fact. Or I could just say logic's a brute fact. You can't debunk that.
Like, well, sure. Okay, right now, think that you were wrong.
I could just
okay, yeah,
exactly.
That's
the point.
Because I think logic is a conceptual schema that is explained in virtue of the axioms accepted.
Yeah, and you're just wrong
when taking
that. I don't think logic
that
breaks down.
But I'm gonna use some logic, some modal logic right now. Diamond P does not imply P. So that it is possible that P does not imply P.
But it is.
You're just wrong.
Well, no.
I'm sorry.
No,
hang on, Bug. Are you saying because something is possible, then it is true?
I'm affirming that this is wrong as a brute fact.
Okay. Well, you can claim it as a brute fact. I don't.
You can do that.
You can do that.
That's not what I'm doing.
You can't show
I
one
disagree.
position over the other.
I disagree. I think we can, not claim that as a brute fact, but actually demonstrate it in the real world. That just because something is possible, like I can demonstrate that it is possible for a 6-sided dice to roll anywhere between 1 and 6. I can demonstrate that's possible, and then I can roll it and demonstrate that just because it's possible doesn't mean it happens.
The point is you can't show one case over another. Like this thing has a reason over a brute fact. There's no way to differentiate in every. That would just lead into everything collapsing.
I've kind of I'm pretty sure 2 times, Mark, I've given a means between delineating.
Yes, but then you could just affirm that you're wrong.
Yeah, you've given.
Yeah, you could, but then.
Yeah, so since you could,
so you're just going to say
that's valid within your worldview, and therefore.
I don't think that it is. No, I don't think that just merely asserting things is valid in my worldview.
So it's not possible for an electron just to not exist. As a brute fact.
Well, of course, it's possible for there to be no electrons, but I don't think that it's actual that there are no electrons. Again, diamond P does not imply P.
Okay, but you're just wrong on what you just said right there. Just because. Or that's false. What you said is false.
All right. I am so confused. Are you trying to say that because...
Actually, what you said is objectively false.
I really want to steelman your position. Are you sort of saying because Leo says that he thinks there is brute contingencies, that you will claim that everything is a brute contingency when it disagrees with something you think? Is that your position?
No, I'm saying that given granting the possibility that everything can be a brute fact, there is now no longer a way to show that something isn't a brute fact over being a brute fact.
But he just gave you a criteria for examining something and saying whether it is contingent.
Yeah, but that criteria itself could just be wrong. It
could be, sure.
It presupposes every single thing you say, even if you try to give a criteria. That giving a criteria itself presupposes that criteria is
really
correct or
weird.
valid. It could be actually just logically.
You keep pointing out it's possible everything could be wrong. It's possible that everything could be. It's possible that this. It's possible than that. You still are making the grievous error of saying, well, it's possible this. So you're going to assume that it is so. when we're not doing that?
I'm just going to keep asserting.
So, like, let's say there's two positions you can take. The X either X being like, this isn't a brute fact, Y being that it is a brute fact. The point what I'm trying to make is that within your worldview, it's literally impossible to determine that either X or Y. X being that this isn't a brute fact, Y that this is a brute fact.
If I'm,
criteria.
I can account
So
for
it's like rationally incoherent
in terms of reasons. So what?
Yeah,
what?
but then I could just say those reasons are wrong just because. Like
You
that's
could,
it,
but
well,
that
it's
doesn't mean
possible that those reasons are wrong just because. Like
And
ultimately, you could just keep going back and back and back.
And I could just say Albuquerque.
One way over that.
What if I just said Albuquerque? Like that nothing turns it. That doesn't mean anything. It's just irrelevant. Yeah, you could do that.
Within your,
so what? So
it's
what?
logically possible that all those or it's valid within your worldview that all those reasons you give are just wrong just because as a brute fact.
When you say valid, do you mean
the
possible?
point, okay, could you demonstrate something in which something within this worldview is not a brute fact and it's objectively the case?
Yeah, airplanes. There are reasons why there are airplanes. There are explanations for the existence of airplanes in the intentions and what's the word I'm looking for? Activities of humans in terms of like manufacturing airplanes because we want to travel quickly to various places. So there are reasons sufficient for explaining the existence of airplanes.
And is it possible
clearly airplanes are not something that's brutally contingent?
Is it possible that you could be wrong just as a brute fact?
Is it possible? Yeah, it's possible, sure.
Okay,
but
so what I said, could
P.
you show something that's objectively not a brute fact? But
I did.
Objective.
There are reasons.
Objective
okay, bug
is something
bug.
that cannot the alternative, the opposition.
Objectively is stance dependent, right? It's stance independent, right?
Independent.
I think he means something that you have absolute knowledge is not a brute contingency, and so I'm not sure that I would lean into absolute knowledge of anything.
I don't know what that
means. It sounds like you're trying to say something that you have.
Mark, can you define objective?
Stance independent. I already did. I already said that.
Okay, perfect. And within that, it's possible within his worldview that yes, he's correct that airplanes do exist and aren't a brute fact.
Right.
But it's also possible, like stance independent, that airplanes do not exist.
Sure.
As a brute
logically
fact.
possible.
It is possible that airplanes don't exist. It's possible.
Yep.
Yes. So therefore, independent of our own beliefs.
Okay, and real fast, that was the initial hour. You've got 9 minutes starting here in just a second from the super chats. If anybody has any super chat questions for our debaters, or you would like to add some time to the debate, there's still 51 minutes available. So feel free to submit super chat questions or comments or whatever. You guys have 9 more minutes starting now, and any super chats that get added in, I'll just add them to that timer.
Yeah, so when we're saying possible, we're talking about not logically contradictory, right? So we're really talking about, it may be, and I hate to bring this into the conversation, but it may be that we're in the Matrix and the airplanes don't really exist, or that it's a massive worldwide conspiracy that airplanes don't exist and everybody's lying about it. Like, these things are not logically contradictory. They are possible. But does that mean it is so? No, that's not what we're saying.
Yeah, you can't.
It's not even plausible. Something's being possible doesn't make it plausible or probable.
Yeah, exactly.
But you can't objectively show that this is the case.
Yes, we can objectively show
I
it.
can.
Because there's still the
you're saying that I
possibility
can't
that it is
objectively
not the
show
case
that airplanes
just as a brute fact.
Yeah,
because there's you're granting the possibility that airplanes still don't exist as a brute fact.
So you think I can't objectively show that airplanes exist simply because I think it's possible that they don't?
Wow.
Yes, when I'm referring to objective, obviously it's
I can do that right now, actually.
But also, like, it's true whether or not anyone thinks it's true.
I think Leo's gonna get on a flight and go somewhere like just to prove it.
That doesn't exist.
Here's an airplane.
Here's
an airplane that exists independent of my mind. Yeah. It's an airplane. You can't say this isn't an airplane. It being handheld doesn't make it not an airplane. Correct. It's an airplane. Okay, wait, it exists.
Why can't I say that's not an airplane?
Someone has a
Because
super
this
chat
is-
for me.
Would it
This
violate
is what
the
this
non-contradiction?
is the concept attached to the word airplane, the thing that I'm holding in my hand.
And Karen Dave asks Apophatic. He says, "You've been quiet. What do you think of this line of questioning?" And thank you so much for the super chat.
This line of questioning from Bug or from the people on the negative side?
I think from Bug.
I think that Bug is raising a good question, but I don't think that he's, arguing in the best way possible. Essentially, like, if it is possible that something is inexplicable, forgive me. If I were to give my 2 cents on this, I would have issues with trying to figure out how you decipher whether something is inexplicable or explicable or not. That's what I think that you would find issues with is, well, what is going to be your metric for how you say this is inexplicable and this is explicable and this is fine to be inexplicable and this is fine to be explicable? That's going to be something really hard to justify said metric, which is why earlier Leo here said it just works, which, you've lost a debate at that point.
Well, I said it seems to work.
It seems to work. Yeah, you lost a debate at that point, dude. Saying that something seems to work does not at all justify the metric that you're using.
Well, I mean, that depends on whether you think seeming's
It's begging the question. The thing in question is about how do you decipher that which is explicable from that which is inexplicable?
Did you not listen?
I seem to be in a debate right now. That's begging the question. If I said that I seem to be in a debate right now,
See, this is just not equivalent to what I'm arguing here at all. You're not even tracking.
How is that not analogous?
The point is
so
that
you're not talking about seemings.
when you reject PSR, and you say that there is a way to decipher between that which is explicable and that which is inexplicable, right? That's which needs a sufficient reason and that which is not. And your metric for that, right, is based upon you thinking that it seems to work. That's your justification for that, really. That's not a
just like I seem to be having a debate right now.
That's not a justification.
So you don't think seemings are justification? Yeah, well, I just disagree with that. I think seemings can justify, at least in the absence of underlying defeaters. I think if I don't have any contravening reasons to think otherwise, then I think seemings can justify.
The God worldview just seems to be true, and it seems.
Yeah, I would expect a theist to say that. Like, you're not saying something. I would expect a theist to say. To them, yes, it does justify it.
My response is, it just seems.
I'm an internalist about justification,
dude. If my proposition is that God exists, and my justification for that is it just works, would that be?
I didn't say it just
anybody?
Works. I didn't say
you
it
did.
Just works. No,
I said,
I said it seems to work.
Justification for your metric? It seems.
I said it seems to work.
That's not a justification.
Well, I think seemings are justification. So at least in the absence of
that God exists,
defeaters.
therefore God exists. That's a
justification. Yeah, I would expect a theist to say it seems like God exists on their view.
I would expect that isn't addressing the problem that I'm raising here, dude.
I don't see what the problem is. It seems that you're just denying that seemings can be justificatory, which I disagree with.
Okay, you're not seeing the issue with the idea that seemings can be justified or are justification. You can say that anything appears to be the case. To say that then that's a justification that it is the case is
but are there undercutting defeaters?
Dude. That's personal incredulity. You're saying that something is justified by how you feel about it.
I didn't say that seemings justify simplicator. I said seemings justify in the absence of undercutting defeaters or countervailing reasons.
Okay, in the absence of undercutting defeaters. So
for instance, it seems to me that I'm having a debate right now, and I have no reason to think that I'm not. There is no good reason I have to think I'm not having a debate, so I'm justified on that fact in thinking that I'm having a debate right now.
Okay, so you're justified in thinking
this is kind of going more off into epistemology.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with how do you decipher something is inexplicable or explicable. You're appealing to a metric.
Well, initially you look for reasons.
Okay. When you decide whether your metric works, right? Because the basis for whether you can decipher whether something is inexplicable or explicable is based upon how you can see that it works. But the process of coming to the knowledge that metric that you're using seems to work actually has to assume and understand how things are explicable and inexplicable. My point is that if your metric relies upon the thing in question, your metric to measure or decipher what things are inexplicable or explicable requires that you already have that principle of deciphering is unjustified.
But the same,
It's begging
the
the
same
question.
is true for
Don't you mean
the
the
claim
principle? I don't
that
think it's a
sufficient reason is
principle.
existent for everything. The same is true for that.
But how is the same true for that? Because my justification for the PSR
Have you found the
is
sufficient
by-
reason for
is by
everything?
retorsion. Yeah, God.
And real fast, there's a couple more comments. I'm
How-
just going to read these off. Feel free to respond if you
How do you
laugh
know
and
that's
scoff.
true?
Yeah,
Uh, Stop this stupidity. Says 4 more time because Mark and Leo are awesome and destroying the other 2 people. And then Professor Hizzle says, I offer my sincere thanks to Leophillius, Mark, Reid, and the Giga Chuds for joining us tonight. All right.
Wow.
No, let's
Yeah,
be nice.
let's not. Come
They're
on.
being good in this
Yeah,
debate.
yeah.
This is okay.
This is fine.
fine.
Like, things get passionate. It's totally
I
cool.
think he's
guys.
just
Don't-
poking fun.
And nobody's really insulted anybody. I haven't heard an insult from anybody thus far, so nothing I would consider an
Correct.
insult
Yeah.
at least.
Yeah. I think it's been very cordial. It's been like, considering it's a mega bloodbath, it's been very cordial. So, but I mean, you can claim that, hey, everything has a sufficient reason, but like,
Mhm.
what are you actually going to demonstrate that is actually ontologically the case?
Yeah. Okay. How am I going to demonstrate the principle of sufficient reason itself?
Yes.
Is what you're just asking?
Yes.
Because I already answered that question. Yeah, I would use the argument from retorsion.
Can you familiarize me with that one?
Sure. In order for me to deny the existence of the PSR, I believe that you have to assume it in order to deny it. This is like Aristotle's argument for why he believes that classical logic exists. That if you were to deny this principle in question, it would entail some kind of contradiction. Now, obviously, it would be my burden to demonstrate why denying the PSR would entail some kind of contradiction, which I can do for you right now. if you
Sure.
want. Okay, so if you deny the principle that everything needs a sufficient reason to exist, this goes back to the issue that I raised with Leo, and we can, duke that out and, pick that apart or whatever. But it's simply that if you affirm the proposition that some things require sufficient reason, while other things don't require sufficient reason, hence denying the statement, implicitly, that all things require sufficient reason, then you're going to have to claim that there are some things which are brute in their explanation. They don't require any kind of explanation, and that some things do require an explanation. I'm going to find issue with how would you even figure out what requires justification and what doesn't require justification.
Well, what I'm asking for you is this.
Because
Well,
everything-
justification or explanation? Because I don't.
Forgive
take
me,
those to be the
explanation.
same
Forgive
thing.
me.
So
there's a difference
really,
between
what I'm
explanation.
asking you, what is the sufficient
I was using them
reason
interchangeably.
of why PSR is true?
What is the reason for why PSR is true, or
Correct.
the sufficient reason?
Sufficient reason.
Yeah, it's justified. Yeah, I would say it's well, okay, sufficient reason can either be in reference to something prior to its own existence, right? So that when we talk about the sufficient reason for something, that could be mentioning something that is the grounding for its existence, or something that's justified by its own necessity. So out of its own necessity, it would be sufficiently proven or would have a sufficient reason. So an
Sorry,
example
by
is
its
like
own necessity.
yeah.
So you're grounding the principle of sufficient reason by its own necessity to be true.
I didn't say that necessarily. I said
Okay.
for the principle sufficient, right? For the principle of sufficient. Oh, sorry. Let's. Oh, okay.
Taco,
Sorry. I
do you
thought he was
wanna
reading a different super
drop
chat.
the
another-
super chat,
same one
mate?
came up.
That's okay. Sorry,
yeah,
mate.
sorry. I just thought he was bringing another super chat, so I stopped.
Yeah.
talking.
It's okay.
What was
Just
I
have to
on? Sorry,
display
can
them
you-
all for
we
everybody.
were
So,
talking
sorry.
about the principle of sufficient reason, and basically, I thought
Oh,
you
yeah.
had said it was true because it was necessary to be true.
No. I was just demonstrating the two ways of the two ways in which something you can provide a sufficient reason for something. It's going to be either by its own necessity for something else, or by referencing something prior to its own existence. Now, the principle of sufficient reason, I don't think that that something is something prior to its existence in terms of like temporality. I think the principle of sufficient reason is obviously for me, I think it subsists forever, right? In like God's concept or mind, in his concepts or his mind. So I would say that it is justified out of its own necessity for other things, right? So when something is justified out of its own necessity, this kind of goes back to the argument from retorsion, which is that if you were to deny the PSR, it would entail some kind of contradiction or performative contradiction at the very least.
I don't see the
If you were to
contradiction.
deny that there is,
This is what we're asking
okay,
you. What
sure.
is the contradiction?
Exactly, which is what we need to demonstrate. Yeah, but I was saying you're asking a question that is kind of like far back in the conversation, because the whole point is we're trying to prove or demonstrate that there is a contradiction entailed
Well,
from denying.
I'm
right?
let me explain where I'm coming from. Maybe it'll help. I'm really coming from, like, for instance, quantum events, right? Like, some seem to be indeterminate, or they seem to be probabilistic, right? So that is not a principle of sufficient reason. A probabilistic event can't be sufficient reason because it's only probabilistic. It's not a necessary cause. So now that may contradict the PSR, it may not, but it appears to.
A probabilistic event. Can
Yeah.
you cash out what that is?
Well, Leo
Just
knows
for-
a lot more about this than me, but there are events in quantum which we can only assign a probability of its occurrence rather than a effect A leads to cause B. We can only assign probabilities that effect A may cause B, C, D, or E kind of thing. So there is no way to actually assign a cause to effect. We can only do a probability of it. Is that correct, Leo? I know you. Look, Leo knows way more about quantum physics than me.
I mean, that's. Am I unmuted? Yes. I mean, that's correct. Just to sort of, what's the word I'm looking for here? I guess sort of add on to that with somewhat of an example. Oh Jesus Christ! A photon can spontaneously decay into an electron-positron pair. There are no sufficient conditions for the occurrence of that event. It can happen, and so it does. When? There doesn't make sense to talk about when it will happen or what makes it happen. There isn't a thing that makes a photon decay into an electron-positron pair, which then annihilate back into a photon. It happens because there's nothing forbidding it. So there are truly no sufficient conditions for the occurrence of that event. And there are many events like this across, like Mark said, the quantum level of reality, like radiometric decay, many particle decay events. There literally are no conditions properly sufficient for these effects occurrence. They just occur because they are not forbidden, and thus there is a non-zero probability of their occurrence.
And Lenny, too, thank you for the super chat. They say if someone claims to be a witness to a crime at noon and the detective uses loose evidence the crime happened at noon, the witness can't say they is wrong because it could have not happened at noon.
Was that in Pigeon? I'm not sure.
I think so.
I don't. They might have been typing on a phone, and so because I know sometimes when that happens,
claims to be a witness to a crime at noon, and the detective uses loose evidence the crime happened at noon, the witness can't say they are wrong because it could have not happened.
So
at
there's
noon.
a lot to pass in here.
Yeah, I'm not really
I think
sure.
he's basically saying a witness claims that something happened at noon. The detectives find loose evidence that it didn't happen at noon, and the witness is arguing with the actual evidence kind of thing. So I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Lene, I really want to know if I'm wrong, but I think he's sort of arguing that a claim with no evidence and, just sort of saying something with no evidence doesn't override something that does have evidence, I guess. That's my best guess. Sorry, Lene, I'm not sure. Maybe English isn't his first language.
Yeah, no, and we greatly appreciate the super chat. And then Left-Handed Jedi says, if God is defined as being spaceless and timeless and outside the universe, by definition, that makes it an Eldritch horror. Thank you so much for the super chat. Not wrong.
The real question is, are Eldritch horrors personal gods? Asking the real questions over here. Thanks, Jedi.
Yeah, and y'all can return to debate. I'm sorry.
I don't know. Sort of spaceless and timeless.
Of
I don't know
course.
what it would mean to be spaceless and timeless. But anyway, sorry. Go on. Sorry.
It's incoherent.
Right. So I think the issue that would come from denying the PSR is being able to decipher what requires a sufficient reason and what doesn't. Now, obviously, Leo said that he has some metric that he can appeal to try and decipher what requires a sufficient reason and what doesn't. But the very metric that you're using is also in question here, right? Whether that also requires a sufficient reason or it doesn't, right?
Sure, I think it does. I think I've got one.
You got a sufficient reason for the metric that you're appealing to?
Yes.
Okay, what would that be?
Degrees of freedom. I think that if there are no degrees of freedom for something, I don't know what it means to talk about there being something that which could be adduced as some sort of explanation for it.
Mm-hmm. And the sufficient reason for that would be?
What do you mean? I just gave it.
Yeah, for degrees of freedom appealing to that, what would that be?
Why do I use degrees of freedom?
Not why do you use it, but what would be the justification for the explanation for degrees of freedom itself?
What explains degrees of freedom?
Yeah, something prior to its own existence, or
well, degrees of freedom are usually going to be given in terms of even more underlying degrees of freedom. That's kind of the point. At some point that chain stops. And so
okay,
most
so the
freedom,
sufficient reason for degrees of freedom is degrees of freedom.
No.
You just said it would be even more underlying degrees of freedom.
Yeah.
Okay. So
the degrees of freedom of an atom are explained in terms of the degrees of freedom of the electrons, the protons, and the neutrons inside of it, which are in turn explained in terms of the degrees of freedom of the quarks and the gluons that bind nucleons together and that bind quarks into nucleons all together. And then the quarks would be explained in terms of the degrees of freedom of their fundamental fields, but fundamental fields aren't given in terms.
So what would be the
of
one thing that's inexplicable here?
Quantum fields.
Quantum fields would be the one thing that's inexplicable.
They're at least one thing that is brutally contingent and properly fundamental.
Are you saying there's at least one thing that's brutally contingent, or there are multiple brutally contingent?
There could be other things that are properly fundamental, and then I would argue that just entails that they're brutally contingent. Besides quantum fields, and maybe we just haven't discovered them yet. I mean, space-time could turn out to be fundamental. I don't think most physicists think that. I think it's probably emergent, but it could turn out to be fundamental. There could be other things that are as fundamental and therefore as brutally contingent as quantum fields that perhaps we haven't discovered. But quantum fields are at least one thing in that category.
Yeah. So saying that there are some other things that are possibly also brutally contingent that we may have not discovered. By the way, read the super chat right quick, and we can get back to this. That's fine.
It's just a comment. I was just displaying it on screen for him.
Oh, okay. Yep. Sorry.
I'll read it if it needs to be read.
All right, sure, no problem. I was just saying, like, because I get too distracted when there's something else coming up. All right. Yeah, it's just, I have some issues. All right. So, what was I saying? I'm so sorry. Leo, were you tracking, or what did I say?
The last thing, what were we talking about? I said that I think quantum fields.
At least one thing. It's possible that there are other things, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's possible that there are other things which are still brutally contingent. Then that obviously still concedes my suspicion here, which is that, like, when you say that there are other things that are possibly brutally contingent, not just one thing that is brutally contingent, and that would entail that, like, I could claim, well, I believe that X, Y, and Z proposition is brutally contingent.
You could claim that.
It doesn't require sufficient reason. It could be anything. It could, it could be the negative to that. Yeah, so I think that it creates an epistemic uncertainty or an epistemic issue to where you can't decipher, well, who is true? Is it the affirmative or the negative? Who is providing?
Well, no, it's because if you say that aeroplanes...
I think if somebody...
Well, just a second. If you claim that aeroplanes are brutally contingent, I can go and point to a methodology of saying, hey, comes from this warehouse, it gets made by this manufacturer. We're aware of all of these points to explain why it's not brutally contingent, which Leo did in great depth, like incredible depth, even went and got a model of the plane to demonstrate, right? So what we're talking about...
Well, I'm not appealing to Bug's argument. I think that was very stupid, quite frankly. I'm saying that I could appeal to a higher category of being than like a quantum field and just say, well, I think God, that just is, and there is no sufficient reason for it.
Well, sure, you could appeal to that, sure. But then we'd ask you, well,
okay,
that's
and then you
possible.
who's on the negative.
Well, that's possible, but how would you demonstrate that is actually the case? Because we can demonstrate quantum fields, right?
Inexplicable?
We can.
Why would I have to demonstrate that it's inexplicable?
Well, not that it's inexplicable, that it exists to be an inexplicable existing thing.
Okay, well, okay.
Showing that something exists makes no statements about whether or not it has explanations.
I could grant that. But remember, we're appealing to brute contingent things here, right? Saying that this thing is just contingent and doesn't require anything necessary that it depends on. That could be really... well, I mean, that could be a wide variety of things that you could appeal to, not just quantum fields.
Sure.
Which I would see my issue.
You could appeal to magic. You could appeal to mystical bunny rabbits. You could appeal to flying penguins. You could appeal to anything. But the point is that when we start to go, is this reasonable to believe that this thing actually exists? There's a big difference between flying magical penguins and the quantum fields that we have found and discovered.
Well, I say that they equally don't have a sufficient reason. There's no way to decipher that.
Okay.
If they equally don't have a sufficient reason, they're equally inexplicable, then there is no reason to decide one over the other than maybe what's more simple, like Occam's razor or something, which, by the way...
Well, I would just ask, if somebody wants to suppose that there are something other than quantum fields that are brutally contingent, I would just ask under what analysis they determined that they're brutally contingent, because they could be correct. And be like, here's my analysis for why they're brutally contingent. And I could go, that makes perfect sense. And be like, yeah, those are also a brutally contingent thing.
Okay.
So yeah, you can claim that anything is brutally contingent. Then I'm just going to ask what the analysis that determines that is.
Yeah. My analysis or metric would be the same thing you appealed to earlier, which is it just works.
Well, but I didn't appeal that. I appealed to degrees of freedom.
Yeah. And then when I asked you for the justification for that, you said it just works. So it all ultimately goes to...
It's not what I said.
Right. That is what you said.
I mean, well, it's not. Degrees of freedom are just like a thing that we know is there.
Okay, when I asked how you know that thing, you said, well, it just seems to be the case and it just works. That's
it would seem to be the case. Again, this just goes back. You deny that seemings can justify, and I don't. But that's quite frankly a different discussion. That's an epistemological discussion.
Well, I mean, really, when we're talking about the PSR, I think it kind of overlaps with epistemology in a sense. A
little bit, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that's my point here. Is like if you...
I don't think in a way that this discussion is going to turn on those.
Your justification for that is that it just works, and I can say the same thing for any contingent brute fact that I have. Is well, yeah,
still don't think that's what I've said.
Okay, dude. We're reading a super chat, or
okay. Just ignore him unless I read it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just all right. Bug, do you want to jump in, or is anything, or you just what's up, bro? Is Bug there?
I do have to run to the bathroom, but I've got headphones in, so I'll be able to still hear you guys.
To track it. All right. Make sure you're able to hear us while you can pee, man.
I only have much to say.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. All right, Mark. I would like to go on. All right. Because obviously Leo would know more about the whole idea of like quantum physics than you would say, right?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. He is of course much more versed in that field than I am. I will happily concede that.
Okay, yeah, sure. Then we, maybe whenever he comes back, we could talk more about that. For the time being, let's see. Bug, do you want to jump in, or is Bug not here?
I mean, I don't really have much to say. I'm not gonna lie.
I have a question about Bug's argument, if you don't mind, if you've got nothing to sort of put in. Yeah. So sure. I also wanted to talk about like what is logically the problem with infinite regress, because I don't know if infinite regress is possible or not possible. And it also doesn't cover something like a cyclical model, like, for instance, the end of something's time creating the beginning of that thing's time. Intuitively, it doesn't seem to make sense, but there's nothing in physics that I'm aware of that prevents infinite regress, and there doesn't seem to be anything logically wrong with it.
Yeah, well, it's only in reference to a few firm PSR.
Okay, gotcha. So it still rides on that PSR.
Yeah.
Right.
Because the premise is that like an infinite regress of contingent sufficient reasons would itself be contingent and thus unexplained, violating PSR. So it's in reference to there can't be an infinite regress because it would violate PSR.
Well, intuitively,
But what if you had an
that's
infinite
true.
regress of things where each successive or each prior member of the set explains the successive member? Then every member of the set would be explained.
Then there wouldn't be an infinite regress. There would be
Yeah, there would. There's an infinite number of things, and each item in this infinite set is explained by the prior item, or the prior entity in the set, element in the set, such that each element is explained, and each element would be explained because for every element there would exist some prior element in virtue of the set being infinite, that which could serve or be adduced as an explanation for the element successive to it. So you could have an infinite set of things where each member of the set explains its successive member, and every member of the set would have an explanation. And that would be in virtue of the fact that the set is infinite, and for every element in the set, there is a prior element that can be adduced as its explanation.
Yeah, if you just keep going back infinitely with contingent reasons, ultimately the whole thing, with there being no ending point, you're basically just pushing the burden for the sufficient reason back over and over and over again with no ultimate endpoint. So given that there's no endpoint, the chain, like if we're imagining it's an infinite regress, it just keeps going.
Mm-hmm.
As it stands, the chain is ultimately unjustified in its entirety because there is no endpoint. It just keeps pushing the thing.
Why?
For every element n, there is an element n-1 that can be adduced to explain n.
Yes, but then n-1 needs explaining, and then n-2.
And that would be explained in virtue of n-2.
But it keeps going back. So
sure, but it's still every element would be explained.
Let's say,
because
for example,
any element n, there will always be an n-1 that can be adduced to explain n.
So
then you could just make n-1 n, and there will be an n-1 for that, and you could do it infinitely because it's an infinite set, such that every element of the set n, there you will find an n-1 that could be adduced as an explanation, and therefore every item in the set is explained. And therefore I would say in virtue of that, the set is explained.
If you keep going back, let's say if n minus 612 isn't grounded, right? All the ones in front of it are also just becoming
so then it terminates the set.
Correct? Yeah.
Well, then it wouldn't be an infinite set. If there's a termination point, then it's not an infinite set. If
there is an infinite regress, i.e. it just keeps going back forever and ever with no beginning point, as it stands, that set is still unjustified because there is no terminus. Now, you could say like a specific thing is justified in the sense.
Do you mean unjustified or do you mean unexplained?
Or there isn't a sufficient reason in its totality, because you could say, for example, like I guess n-2 could be have a sufficient reason, n-3, but in its totality, since there is no terminus, it's still unjustified.
The set would be explained by each of its members.
Yes, but with no endpoint.
And this seems to be a little bit off topic of the does God necessarily exist? Normally it's okay to stray a little bit off path, but it seems like the whole debate's been totally avoiding the topic. Remember, the affirmative group is trying to demonstrate that it is necessary for this God to exist, right? And so you're trying to demonstrate that.
Well, of course, but first of all, we have to demonstrate, or at least, try to pick out through what premises they would disagree with. If they disagree with the underlying principle, which is the principle of sufficient reason here, then we would have to, pick that out and debate it. If they disagree with, when Mark raised the issue of like what's wrong with just infinite regress, then we would answer that question. So,
sure, but I didn't bring up infinite regress. That was in Bug's one of his core arguments. So,
right, saying that it was basically impossible, and then you were trying to see his positive argument for that. Oh,
well, I'm just saying, like, I don't see people demonstrating that it's impossible. And I don't see a demonstration.
Jesus.
Sorry.
Sorry, that's a friend of mine in the chat. I just didn't know who that was for
I'll
a
just
second.
read it real fast because you interrupted. Alex loves Jesus. Let's all take a break and talk about a barbershop haircut that costs a quarter.
I wish they cost a quarter.
Thank you, Alex, for this.
How much do your haircuts cost?
Look, I haven't paid for a
Mine costs
haircut.
10 because I keep going to. I drive an hour away to go to the same barber that I've been going to since 2009.
Look, I haven't
even though
paid
lose,
for a
so.
haircut in like 20 years. it's all
Haircut?
winning-
What's that?
Yeah. What's a barbershop? No idea. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, back to what we were saying. I did interrupt. I'm sorry. It's just when a super chat pops up, I kind of
No, I
Yeah,
get it. I get it.
forget
It
a
can be
little bit.
distracting. That's fine. It's just I just haven't heard why, like, under some possible world, a god could not exist at all. Like, some possible world, it is just natural occurrences, and say even the solipsism question, like everything is an illusion. Like some possible world, I don't get what is logically contradictory about that.
Same.
Mm-hmm. I think that's pretty clear that, like, if the premises, or forgive me, if the conclusion does follow from the premises and the argument that we are providing, then obviously that would demonstrate that God would be necessary in all possible worlds. That's why we're here, is to debate, Bug's argument here, which until proven that the premises have some kind of issue or there's a lack of justification for said premises, then it can be demonstrated otherwise. They're like, hey, this premise is unjustified. You don't have a reason to believe this, or there's some kind of like critique of the soundness or the form, right? Then we're actually getting somewhere in the debate, saying that, like, yeah, you just haven't demonstrated God as, God, you haven't demonstrated that God has to exist in all possible worlds. Really doesn't answer the question of our debate here, or the topic. The topic is like, all right, well, we have the syllogism right here, providing an argument for why that is the case. What problems do you have with it? And then we go through the premises.
Yeah.
So that's what we've been doing essentially, is like just PSR and our issues with that. And by the way, I just want to preface this. Bug called me in like last minute, like literally last minute. So I didn't have any idea.
Oh, mate, I was called in like 2 a.m. last night, and I woke up like an hour before the debate.
Yeah,
I always forget you're in us.
Yeah.
You're upside down under our feet, Mark. You don't exist. You're an illusion of
Right,
You're brutally contingent.
Australia's a myth. It's a myth.
All right, and then Lene too. If humans are designed by God or evolution to beings whose first beliefs are imagined, is knowledge possible?
Is knowledge
Sure.
possible? Yeah. Oh shit, my camera's going
It's just
haywire. Of course, knowledge is possible. People have knowledge, so clearly knowledge is possible.
It's justified true belief. So
Thank
as
you.
long as you have a justification and is in fact true, then yes, you have knowledge. There you go.
I would agree with him on this. I would just say that knowledge is clearly possible. It's self-evident. All right.
How much more time?
25 minutes.
Really? Wow.
25 minutes,
boy.
Bug.
What?
That's a lot to stretch.
Let's just go to the premises. Let's just go through
Okay.
each premises. Maybe we can go to the PSR again or something, or we can.
We hit that goal.
Okay. Well, I
Did we hit the goal to get all your clothes off yet, or no?
No, just for the timer.
How much left is on the clothes goal?
Why are you wondering about that? Bug?
12 pieces of clothing.
well, you said we could get into
And-
like classical theism. Maybe this is a good spot for it, Bug. Like, because was that you, Apophatic?
Yeah, that was me. When I first responded to your opening statement, I was like, maybe we can get.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Maybe that's a good spot for it. Classical theism, problem of evil,
sure.
right? So basically, problem of evil says that if you have a tri-omni god, omnipotent, omnibenevolent, and omniscient, then it would know that evil is being done. It would have the power to stop it, and it would want to stop it being omnibenevolent, but does not. So that's essentially the problem of evil, that the incoherence between those omni properties, and that evil obviously exists in the world. I assume no one's pushing back on that. With evil being
I am. I don't believe
Okay.
evil has positive ontology.
so
Well, clearly it does.
Not clearly.
I mean,
believe
wait,
that
you
evil-
don't? Do you think torturing babies for fun is evil?
I would say that evil is a privation. It's a lacking of goodness.
Do you think torturing babies for fun is evil?
Yeah.
Is torturing babies for fun a thing that happens in the world?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that evil is a thing.
Then I don't know what it means to say that it's evil if evil isn't real, but the evil things are. That confuses. I'm very confused.
Yeah, when we talk, sure. This is a common objection to privation theory, right? So, whenever I say that like evil doesn't have positive ontology, it doesn't follow that, let's say eating babies, for example, just isn't evil. But obviously, evil is not ascribed to the thing itself, but what is lacking in what that person is doing in their action. So, in the thing where there is lack, that is what we're ascribing to as evil, which is obviously eating babies is like clearly flowing away from the good and lacking that. Not that the act of eating babies, like evil is like this substance that's attached to the act of just, gnawing on babies. That's not how we think of evil. Evil doesn't have any positive existence or positive ontology.
Okay.
It's the lack of something.
Beside that, to clarify,
it's like blindness or rot. Blindness doesn't exist per se positively.
Do you take God to be morally perfect?
Do I take God to be morally perfect?
Yes.
Yeah, I would say that goodness is his essence. Yeah, sure.
Do you take this to entail that God is opposed to evil? Regardless of the ontology of evil, God is opposed to it, whatever it is.
Yeah, sure. I would say God is opposed to it. Yeah.
Do you think God's will is perfectly efficacious?
Perfectly efficacious? Do you mean bestowing grace or mercy? Like he?
No, I mean like that. What God wills is
it's
that God's will is perfectly efficacious.
Oh, it's fruitful. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so why is there evil then?
Why is there evil?
I mean, so to give sort of an example here, and I understand this is going to be a little silly. It's contrived, but it's about the point that it's making. Just for people that are going to make jokes, probably in the chat. If somebody told me that there was a perfect chair destroying machine, that it was perfectly opposed to the existence of chairs, and it's I guess you could say will, so to speak, to destroy chairs was perfectly efficacious, I would just take that to entail that there would be no chairs.
Right.
The chairs just wouldn't exist.
One that God, when God has providence, right? He has providence over existing things or that which has positive ontology. So in order for him to do away with evil, we would say that he just allows or permits evil, not that he actively wills for that to happen. This is,
sure. But it seems that you've already agreed that God is opposed to evil, even if I grant that evil is just a privation and doesn't have positive ontology. He would still be opposed to it.
Further to that, it's omnibenevolence, right? Like it is all benevolent. Like he could not ignore evil.
Yeah.
Even if that evil is a lack of good, the emergent state of affairs that good is lacking, that is essentially the same thing. And omnibenevolence would not be able to allow people to lack that goodness.
Right. If it was will,
I would argue that God permits evil for a sufficient reason, which is not in contradiction to his goodness, but that reason we don't have epistemic access to.
So skeptical theism. God has reasons why he permits evils to occur that we, like you said, we don't have epistemic access to.
Yeah.
So in virtue of those reasons that God has, ought these evil things happen? All things considered?
Ought these evil things happen?
Yeah. So
all things considered. Like say, in virtue of the reasons God has for permitting
this is
them.
the comic critique. Like, should it be the case that these things happen?
So it's like if it may be harsh going to the gym, right? But because you want to be healthy,
I was just there. I'll tell you, my pecs are sore.
Look, don't whip out your pecs on stream, okay? In virtue of that, the good stuff that will happen at the end of the day, the pain and suffering is acceptable kind of thing. But the problem that I have with that is that we really label something good or evil in virtue of all of the things that go into it, the totality of the outcome. So we wouldn't say
all things
considered. Yes. So we wouldn't say that going to the gym is bad because of the temporal sort of, suffering that we go through. We would say because it comes out, it's good. So you're really back at those things that look evil or a lack of goodness. They are in fact good.
Mm-hmm.
It couldn't, like, for any evil that occurs that God has some greater reason for permitting. I mean, God's omnipotent, so it seems to me that I mean, couldn't God achieve whatever goal it is he has with respect to this reason without the evil thing occurring?
As a restorative process, he can't. Okay, so if God creates the world, and in his foresight he intends for someone attaining salvation to be some kind of restorative process, evil in that case must be permitted in order to bring that goal about. So, like for example,
there is no other way
in order
than for God to permit the
hold
evil.
up. In order for God to bring about specific goals, obviously you need to do certain things in order to bring about a specific goal. There could be one way you could do that. There can be many ways, but in this case, there's one way to do that, right? So, I would argue that.
So then there is no other way other than the one way, and that one way includes permitting evil.
To achieve a certain particular goal, yes.
Yes. Well, then I just don't know in what sense it's evil. It just sounds like so. Yeah. A common example is, there's pain associated with receiving a vaccine, but humans currently don't at least have the technology. Let's just suppose, for the sake of the hypothetical, that humans don't have the capability of administering vaccines without the pain.
It's whether
then
that
it just seems that pain is good because what it conduces to is good, and there simply is no other way to get that greater good than to permit the pain. And then, therefore, it ought to be the case that you endure the pain of a vaccine in virtue of the greater good that it conduces to. And then, if it ought to occur, all things considered, I don't know what it means to be evil, because I take evil to be things which ought not occur, all things considered.
Okay.
So then I just don't know in what sense there's evil in the world.
Yeah. So we wouldn't ascribe like good, bad to pain itself or suffering itself. It would be
neither would I.
Suffering in that which lacks the good. That's what we would say. If it lacks goodness and it's suffering in virtue that lacks goodness, then that would we would ascribe to evil. But suffering itself can be good. That's I
agree. I would slightly disagree.
That's why
I would slightly disagree. I would say that suffering that outweighs the good, because you can always find something good in any event, no matter what it is. Even if it is suffering, you can sort of go, okay, well, it made me more resilient and stuff. But I think that when that suffering outweighs the good, I think that is what we would call evil. Where, with all things considered, if the amount of harm outweighs the good, I think that is, and there is intent behind it.
I'm getting a call.
That's what I would call evil.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I'm getting a call.
No worries. Maybe Bug can take over for a sec.
Hop in.
Well, I'll read a super chat real fast. JL Warren says the argument starts, if God is necessary, there is no P, not P, therefore it cannot be necessary. You defining it as such does not make it actual. Thank you so much for the super chat. Would you like to address that, Bugs?
I mean, it's something necessary has to exist in all possible worlds. The way you would justify it, like I would affirm that it'd probably be a P and not P. But like once again, within a paradigm where you deny PSR, like it's possible that PSR or like you can't justify LNC, so like you can't really even make that claim.
I don't know how you justify an axiom.
Well, an axiom is just that's a foundational belief, right?
Yeah, some sort of statement that serves as the foundation for some schema.
Yes. Do you think if someone takes something as an axiom that they don't have to justify it?
I mean, I don't think so, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to think that that's worthwhile to take as an axiom or that it is in any sense axiomatic. I mean, at the end of the day, somebody could say anything and just claim that it's an axiom, but I just don't think anything's really going to turn on that. I think that a lot of people would probably reject a lot of things as being axiomatic.
Well, then, like there would be some type of justification or like grounds to determine if something's an axiom or not. Otherwise, someone could take. If you don't have to justify an axiom, it can just say anything's axiomatic. Then, like I could just say God's axiomatic.
I guess what I'm saying is, I think just claiming that something is axiomatic, I would say, just seems to confuse what an axiom is supposed to be. These sort of statements in some sort of formal schema that you're using. Like there's mathematical
generally
axioms,
agreed
there's
upon.
logical axioms.
And they're generally agreed upon between everybody. So I mean, it's just like it's basically a presupposition that is generally agreed on as the basis for further conversation or argumentation or something like that. And most people generally agree on these as a basis for how to understand the world. But I think it's I
don't think it's fair.
You don't think
like
that's fair?
if you take that to be an axiom, and that's the determiner if it's generally agreed upon. God, 7 to 10% of the world is atheists, so God would be generally agreed upon by the vast majority of people to be an axiom.
Well, but I don't think most people would take God's existence to be axiomatic. And in fact, though, I think a lot of them would reject that because they think there are reasons and justifications to think God exists. Like, I think if you asked William Lane Craig, he'd say, I don't think God's existence is axiomatic because there are reasons, there are justifications for thinking God exists.
Yeah. Even with that, you're taking an axiom as basically just a brute fact then.
Well,
no,
not necessarily.
So
I think presupposition is a good
word.
So
you were disqualifying God because he has justifications for his existence.
Just a second, Bug. So a presuppositionalist, it may be axiomatic that God exists among them, right? It may be a presupposition that is generally agreed on between them, and so they take that as axiomatic, right? But I wouldn't take it as an axiom, no.
Okay. So then but you're holding this position where if something's axiomatic, you don't have...
Well, do you agree that the laws of logic,
I think that's
we can use the laws of logic? Do you agree with them?
I agree with them, but the idea where if something's axiomatic that you don't need to justify them, if for example, I asked you to justify LNC and you say it's axiomatic as like some excuse to not have to justify it.
Well, that's not an excuse. It's that axioms aren't those kinds of things.
Right.
So you think if someone asked you, like, let's say they don't believe in LNC and they ask you to justify LNC, that you don't have to because it's an axiom in your understanding?
I mean, fundamentally, yeah, I would say, well, I just take it as an axiom. There are people that reject the LNC. Dialetheists reject the LNC.
Okay, so then I can just say God exists by necessity, or God is just an axiom.
You can say that.
And then you ask me to justify or prove God, and it's like, I don't.
I think that misunderstands what axioms are.
Yeah, because that's not agreed to by me. Like you're agreeing that, hey, we use these laws of logic. You're saying, hey, yeah, I agree. And so what I'm saying is that it's axiomatic between us, right? We all agree on it, that you can use that to understand the world, that it's useful. But when you sort of go, hang on, when you sort of go, well, I'm just going to claim that a God exists and say it's axiomatic, you can do that. But I don't agree with that. So it's not axiomatic to me. It's not a foundation worldview.
I would say it's not axiomatic at all because God exists isn't like some statement utilized as the foundation for some formal schema or something like that. Yeah. Like that's largely what axioms are.
God would be the foundation for the laws of logic.
Also, I think God exists is propositional, and I take that axioms aren't propositional. I mean, maybe some people think they are. I don't think that I agree that axioms are like these sort of propositional statements. I think there's something like a question, a statement that just isn't truth apt. But I think God exists is a statement that's truth apt.
How are you supposed to even engage with this at this point then?
If it's what?
How are you supposed to engage with this if you take things as just axiomatic?
Well, I take axioms as axiomatic.
And then
well, if you're saying you reject the laws of logic, right, then we'd have a problem, yeah? We would have to justify the laws of logic, right? Sorry, you're breaking up a bit, Bug. I'm sorry, mate.
Well, we wait for him. Professor Hizzle gifted 5 taco memberships. Sybil Sanity, Rob, Mike Winter, Ben Swartz, and Efren are all not idiots. Welcome to being not idiots, and you can thank Professor Hizzle for that.
Professor Hizzle in the Hizzle.
You didn't take care, Bugs?
No, we didn't. You were roboting there.
You really broke up, man.
You're back now, though.
Yeah, I was saying that, like, do you see if someone asked you to justify LNC and you say, oh, it's just axiomatic, like you don't justify it, and I were just to say, like, you asked me to justify God's existence, I just say God's axiomatic. You see, like, how that doesn't get anywhere?
Well, you can.
I know, but that's
say
not
that,
like
but
a-
if you
that's
want
not like
us
a
to justify
justification.
LNC,
That's just a claim.
like the law of non-contradiction, like I said earlier, you can point to physical instantiation of where things are not contradictory. You can't absolutely prove that it is a universal, but as nominalists, you understand that, we don't think that that is a universal, right?
I believe that. What do you define universal?
Like it applies in
is it
all
necessary?
situations, all times, over all instances.
Yes, I affirm that.
Okay. That's fine. But in order to have a conversation, right, we can just go, these concepts are axiomatic. We take them to be true. And that allows us to have a conversation about them. If you reject the laws of logic, like the LNC, then we're going to have problems, aren't we?
Yeah, that's what
assuming
I'm saying.
that
he
you
was
accept
originally
it.
taking it like, if someone asked, like, doesn't believe. I originally asked if someone doesn't believe in law of non-contradiction, and like they asked for justification. He was saying that like it's just axiomatic.
Well,
that was my
yeah,
point.
yeah.
Like, that line of thinking, you could say.
And I take
anything's
axioms to be
axiomatic.
neither verifiable nor falsifiable because I think that
Oh wait,
the laws of logic aren't justifiable because the concepts of justification that we build are themselves going to be dependent upon the laws of logic. You can't, just like the laws of logic are, you can't prove them because they build the very concept of proof.
Yeah.
You can't turn around and then take that and apply that back, and then this starts to get into like Gödel's incompleteness theorems and things like that.
Let me explain it like this, Bug. Let me explain it like this.
Real quick, I just want to say.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
address
No, I'll
something
go
you
after.
said.
Yeah.
You said an axiom is something unverifiable and unfalsifiable.
Yeah, I think that they are not verifiable and they are not falsifiable because those concepts would suppose that very axiom within that formal schema.
Okay, so I could just say like invisible unicorns like exist and are floating around for us, and we can
You
never
can say
tell
anything
if
you
they
want.
exist. That's unverifiable and unfalsifiable. Like
Sure, but it's not
that being a
axiomatic.
criterion. Well, you said an axiom was something unverifiable and unfalsifiable. Do you want to?
Sure, but that doesn't mean that all things that happen to be unverifiable and unfalsifiable are axioms.
So then there's additional attributes to determine if something is axiom.
Yeah, I think that if it serves as some sort of foundational statement within a formal schema, as I've said before, I think that's generally what something that's an axiom is going to be. Like there are axioms in mathematics, there are axioms in logic, and these axioms are the foundation. They form the basis of the formal schemas that we call logic or mathematics.
And
you don't prove them because the concept of proof is built out of those axioms. Correct. You don't justify them because the concept of justification is built out of those axioms.
And here's a problem, Bug.
How much
well,
time
just
left?
1 second, Bug. Just understand that if you say, well, I reject axioms, and then ask me how you verify, how you justify your axioms, you're using those axioms in order to ask me that. Right? You're already acknowledging and validating my use of it by challenging me on it. Because your challenge and your...
That would be a justification.
Sorry?
That would be a justification for like LNC.
As an axiom, yeah.
Yeah. So that wouldn't be addressing like what I said.
What? You said, how do you justify
That
the
wouldn't be
axiom? And I'm
discussing
saying
anything.
you're validating
No,
my
like-
using the axioms by using them.
No, what I was talking about is the idea of someone asking you to justify an axiom, and instead of justifying it, just saying it's an axiom.
Yeah, I think that
Yeah.
asking, can you justify an axiom, honestly, is just somebody who's conceptually confused about what axioms are. Again, axioms,
Define
justification
axiom.
is a concept that's built out of formal systems with notions like proof, truth, and justification. Again, those
Can you
formal
define
systems are
axiom?
going themselves to be rooted in axioms. To then take those concepts built out of the system defined by the axioms back to those axioms is not going to work.
What's an axiom? Like define that.
Some sort of statement that is foundational to a formal schema that serves as the basis for a formal schema. That's
What's a formal schema?
A form like a logic or mathematics, something that you can, like some formal system that you can do defined arithmetic in or something like that.
Okay, so you could say that God is an axiom. because he's the foundation.
I mean,
of
you
the
could,
formal
but again, I
scheme.
just think that I think that God, if by God we just mean like the proposition God exists, I take that to be a proposition, and thus I don't think it would be an axiom. It's going to entail concepts like truth, which
Okay.
I think are, again, is a concept built out of the axioms of some
That
formal
doesn't
schema.
debunk God being an axiom. You could just say that's like saying the law of non-contradiction is true or exists. That's a proposition. Therefore, it's not an axiom. That's
Well,
I don't think it's a proposition, because I don't
yeah.
think
Okay,
axioms
I
are
could just say
propositional.
I don't think that's a proposition. Like,
Well, but God exists is a proposition.
and so is the law of non-contradiction. Exists.
Well, I don't think most of those working in like meta logic or model theory would take axioms to be propositional.
Okay, so what's the difference? Like, what makes saying God exists a proposition, but saying L and C exists not a proposition?
I think that would probably have to do with like the way that God exists is going to be formalized in some system. You could say there exists some entity called God.
The L and C exists
Just like it would be formalized within something like
some system.
FOL or something like that, such that it expresses something that's truth-apt, that can be true or false.
L and C exists in some system. So like,
I think the LNC builds a system. I don't think that it's a proposition expressed in a system. I think it builds the system
I could
that we
literally say
express
the
propositions
thing.
in.
God builds the system because he grounds the
Well,
laws.
so how? Okay,
Sure.
show me how. What is the
God
system?
grounds
What is
the
its
laws of
formal
logic.
language? What are the models used to understand the formal schema?
Yeah, I would just affirm that God builds the system because he grounds the laws of logic.
Well, but then you're appealing to the laws of logic, which is a different formal system that doesn't include God as an axiom. You said in this system God is an
Right.
axiom and that you can build a formal system from this. So do
Yes,
it. Build
in
the
the
formal
sense that
system.
The laws
Build
of
the
logic
model.
being grounded upon him.
This isn't building the model. You're not telling me like what the formal language is. You're not defining how arithmetic can be done. Like you're not. Like, do you know what a formal system is? Like a formal schema, like mathematics or logic?
Yeah. So when you define formal schema, you said logic or mathematics. That's
Yeah,
not
those
really
are examples of
defined.
something that we would call like
Yeah, but
formal
that's
conceptual
not a
schemas.
definition of a formal schema.
A formal schema is going to be some system that's given by some set of axioms that define arithmetic or operations or a formal language or something like that. And an example of that would be the axioms of mathematics, like you might say ZFCs or Mello-Frankel set theory, the axiom of choice, those kinds of things that serve as axioms that build the system that we call mathematics.
Okay, and then what's in? How do you define arithmetic?
I'm not really sure. I don't know if I could do that off the top of my head.
Okay, because you said a formal schema is some system given by a set of axioms that defines arithmetic, some formal language, logic, mathematics, etc. Yeah, but I don't know what arithmetic is, like how you would define it there.
I would assume some sort of manipulation of element, like something like that, like arithmetic is you're manipulating numbers, operating on them. So I mean, it doesn't have to be strictly numbers. It could be any sort of elements or
I think it's kind of a system of operands that act upon certain variables that are placed within the schema.
Okay,
very, very good, Mark. That was beautiful. Operands, things that operate on.
Yes, so you've got operators, right, and you've got operands. So like the operators, like the variables, they're things that we can put into the schema.
That is time, but feel free to conclude the point, and then we'll move into
the things that we can
How
put.
How do you define arithmetic? Just to conclude the point. System of operands.
Operands that I can't even remember what I said. A system of operands that can be used to manipulate variables. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and what do you mean by manipulate variables?
Oh, Jesus.
Are we going to infinitely define things, Bug?
Well, no, because I'm trying to build out exactly what they mean.
Well, what? This is... I'm sorry to interrupt.
Well, I understand exactly.
Welcome back, by the way.
I don't know what formal schema means. I don't know.
No, sorry, I was ordering some food. I got back and I was like, dude.
Okay, so do you realize that in mathematics you can use different operands, or you can use different signs, operations, to change the variables and that is the manipulation of them. Like, for instance, when you switch out an operand, you perform a different manipulation on those variables, leading to a different outcome.
Perfect.
Like addition
Okay,
versus.
would you
like,
say
Yeah,
a
exactly,
formal
exactly.
like? Would you
All right,
say
is
that
that
like
the-
the laws of
Is
logic?
that the point? Is everything fully defined?
Well, would you say that the laws of logic would be like would define arithmetic?
So we did hit time, Bug.
We were actually getting.
I mean, in some
Bug,
sense, yeah.
you
I
were
think
not
so.
getting anywhere, bro. You were
We
just
were getting
endlessly
somewhere.
asking definitions for terms, man.
Did they
didn't
provide you
even-
all the definitions you needed, Bug?
Yeah, that's fine. We can-
All right. So let's go ahead and move into the conclusions. Bug went first, so we'll go
Yeah.
ahead and start out with Bug again. Bug, let me know when you're ready, and I'll go ahead and start your 8-minute timer
Apophatic,
for
do you
your
wanna do
closing
the
statement.
conclusion?
What?
Do you want to do the conclusion?
Oh. Y'all both get up to 8 minutes, so I'm gonna put you up, Bug, and then I'll put up Apophatic.
Well, we were just going to concede one and do the other.
Oh.
Apophatic, do you want to do that conclusion?
Sure, I can do the conclusion.
Perfect. You ready?
All right. Yeah, I guess Bug didn't want to do it, but
You've got
sure.
8 minutes.
All right, no problem. All right. There's a few things that I wrote down here that I noted about the debate, or at least from my opponents. I wish we could have got somewhere a little bit more on, going through the premises. I think most of the debate really just hinged upon, can we justify the PSR? What is our arguments against infinite regress being possible when it comes to sufficient reasons? That was more interesting. I wish the debate should have been more on that and, covering the premises. But there was times when we got tracked somewhere else. And I think that, I mean, I didn't know what that was about when Mark claimed that immaterial abstractions can subsist with immaterial minds. He claims he didn't say that, but he did. I went back to make sure he did, and he did in fact say that. I really didn't like how Leo in the debate tried to claim that his justification for the metric was it just works. I think that, at that point, you've lost the debate. You've lost because anybody can say anything just works, right? That anything can produce a successful outcome. Like, what way is a successful outcome? What is a sufficient reason for how you even came to the ability to decipher between that which is inexplicable and that which is explicable? I think that Leo did do too good on that, and Mark did too good when it came to what logic is. Like, if logic is something that's made up of matter, he could point me to what material thing logic is. He said that logic is an abstraction and that it wasn't a material thing. So he claimed it was material and then backtracked and said it wasn't, and that it was an abstraction. And he said that that was somehow immaterial and could subsist within a material mind. I think that I have my critiques of Bug's points as well, but obviously I'm supposed to be giving the closing or the conclusion for the affirmative side. I think that we could have gotten somewhere, but really I think we backtracked a lot, or not backtracked. Forgive me. We lost where the argument should flow. I think it didn't flow how I wanted it to, and whatnot. But I'm gonna just conclude there. I actually like this debate. I want to come back on the panel when I have time and it's not so it was so unexpected for me to come up here, and I can actually prepare, and I know all of Bug's premises pretty well. Whenever he can go through that with me, then I could provide a more proper defense. I wish we could have gone more into problem of evil and the problem of omnipotence. I was kind of playing around with the skeptical theistic model, which obviously has a lot of critiques I'd like to go through. Maybe that can be a different debate. But Does Bug want to say anything? I just concede my rest of my time if he wants to say anything.
Bug, would you like to do a conclusion, or are you going to give up your time now? Bug?
I think he just went AFK, man.
All right. We'll go to Mark. You went first, correct?
Mhm.
On the atheist side? All right. So, Mark, I'm going to go ahead and put you up. You've got 8 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Apophosis. He basically, I would like to talk about Apophatic. He really would have liked. I really would have liked to talk about the problem of evil a bit more and stuff like that. But I think it's totally fine because our focus was on what Bug presented as his arguments, and I think we did go through a lot of the premises and pointed out where we had problems with it. I think the PSR was really important because if your first premises falls down, then there's kind of no reason to keep going on to the other ones if you are hinging everything on that first premises. That's just how that works. Like, that is just how that works. So yeah, with the PSR, I didn't see any real reason why it had to necessarily be the infinite regress. I don't see why either an infinite regress or a cyclical model would not be impossible. And if something is possible, then the God is not necessary, right? Like, so this is the problem, that there seemed to be some confusion over the positions where just because the thing is God real, does God exist necessarily, that we have to prove that he necessarily doesn't, and that is not the opposite position. We just have to prove that he doesn't necessarily exist. That's the opposite position. So there was a lot of confusion over that. I don't see why it led to a mind being able to recognize phenomenon or anything in reality. Like, recognition and a mind does not necessarily equate to one and the same thing. I think that is the ability to take actions and be an agent is also something you'd have to demonstrate. And I didn't really see them demonstrate how they know that any presumed cause of this reality has actually got a mind. They seemed unwilling to look at demonstrating why a mind could exist without a physical substrate. They didn't really address that. And this sort of idea of there is no evil, it doesn't seem like it has any sense to me, because if you're basically saying there is no such thing as evil, then what is good? Things just are always good, and sort of good becomes meaningless in that case. It really does become something that everything is good. It's very, very strange. I've never seen somebody sort of claim that there is no evil before, and I would have loved to talk about that more, because there's clearly things that we would describe as evil, even if, they are just a lack of goodness, and that is your definition of evil. I think the problem of evil argument still stands on that one, because no matter what you define evil as, it's still as a lack of good. The problem still remains that a God would try to eliminate that lack of good, even if you're saying, hey, that's not technically evil. I think they would still, the argument still holds. But I really did enjoy this debate. I want to thank my opponents. I want to thank Leo and Breakfast Taco. Much obliged. I really did enjoy this. And I'll concede the rest of my time if I have any.
Cool. And Leo, you've got up to 8 minutes. Let me know when you're ready.
Ready.
You got 8 minutes.
So, for a second, PSR aside, I don't know if somebody is going to make the claim that something exists necessarily. I just want to know, in virtue of what it is, that it exists necessarily, that isn't just saying or defining it as such. Naturally, we didn't really get much into that, which is fine. I mean, you can't predict the way the debates are going to go and how all that's going to play out. So, you touch on what you can, you talk about what you can. With respect to the PSR, which we've been abbreviating that, and I think almost everybody can follow, that's principle of sufficient reason. But just to sort of reiterate, principle of sufficient reason, at least one general formulation is the idea that all contingent facts require some sort of something sufficient to explain the contingency of those facts or of those state of affairs. I don't think contingency entails explanation. I don't think explanation is a thing out in the world. I think explanations are things that agents tend to seek about things through whatever variety of means that they choose to use. I think a lot of that gets into metaphysics of explanation and what it is we mean by explanation. There's scientific explanations. There's mathematical explanations. It's the concept of grounding an explanatory concept. Like there's just a lot to unpack there, and I'm not going to claim to understand it completely myself. But I don't think I heard anything that motivates me to accept a PSR. So that's for me, that's the biggest thing. I think the objection that our opponents pushed us probably out of the objections given to a rejection of the PSR. I think the one that they gave is probably one of the stronger ones. That this idea that, well, if one rejects the PSR, what differentiates between explained and unexplained things? How do we do this? I do think I gave a meaningful account of how we differentiate between explained and unexplained things, at least in the sense of like the things that exist in the physical world in terms of the degrees of freedom. I think I'm justified in this for the same reason that I would say I think I'm justified in using science. Some might say, well, why are you justified in using the scientific methodologies? Well, because they work. I mean, because we can go out in the world and get accurate descriptions about the world that can be measured and corroborated in a variety of ways. And I think that appealing to a degrees of freedom approach, like I suspect many physicists probably would in this instance, is coherent for figuring out, again, at least with respect to things that exist in the physical world, whether or not they are explained or unexplained, or whether or not they are brutally contingent. Are there more underlying degrees of freedom that we can appeal to in terms of an explanation that we can go to, that we can adduce as some sort of explanation for the physical phenomena at hand? So I think that's important. Outside of that, like what explains, like, say, why I made some decision, I think, again, that's going to get into what it is we're talking about, what kinds of explanations we're looking for, what it is we mean by explanations. But I don't think that any meaningful metaphysics of explanation is going to suppose that all things, whether intentional or mechanistic, are going to need some sort of explanation. I think that the concept of brute contingencies is very consistent within the realm of metaphysics as it stands today. The rejection of the PSR is something that is very, very common amongst metaphysicians. Most metaphysicians would say that they don't accept the PSR. There are many metaphysicians. In fact, most would probably say that brute contingency answers at least some things. Like with respect to fine-tuning, most metaphysicians, most philosophers in general, think that brute contingency is what best explains that, per the 2020 Phil survey, at least. So these are, I point this out not because I think it makes me right or something, but just to show that this is a completely coherent and legitimate concept considered by the relevant experts who spend their days reading these subjects, teaching these subjects, writing on these subjects, thinking about these things. They think that this is a coherent way of understanding the world around us and our place within it. So I think just what I'm trying to say is I think I'm in safe company denying a PSR and thinking that there are at least some things that are brutally contingent. I don't think that entails that I think everything is. I think there are things that are explained, and then I think there are some things that aren't. And I really struggle to see how this is not a coherent picture of the world.
Is that everything?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much for the great closing statements. Oh, looks like Bugs left.
Maybe it dropped.
Anyways, we'll be having an open panel here shortly. We did have a vote in the audience. It looked like Leo and Mark won the vote for the pair of master debaters for the evening. So Mark and Leo, you guys are this evening's master debaters.
What
Congratulations.
Were the never mind.
It's all
Y'all
Leo.
won with 59% of the vote.
Oh, that's pretty.
I'm sorry, I was all Leo.
Yeah.
And you do get a Bible verse. What Bible verse would y'all like read?
Go ahead, Mark.
Probably Exodus 21.
Out of Egypt 21, and then what?
Give me one sec. 21. I think it's 21. 21, 26.
21,
26. Can we do 27 as well?
If one guy whack his slave guy, slave wahine on tapa de I, and make him phono see the slave owner guy, gotta let him go. Day not one slave no mo, cause the I. Same thing if the slave owner guy busts up the slave guy, the slave wahine. So one teat fall out, gotta let him go. They no one slave no mo, cause of the teat. Beautiful verse, thank you.
Gorgeous.
Can I say one last thing?
Yeah, what's up?
I really appreciated this discussion. I think it was very cordial.
Yeah.
I think it was very. We none of us touched on everything we wanted to, but I still think it was a pretty good well-paced discussion. I think everybody was respectful. I think this is how a lot of these discussions and debates should go down, and I really want to thank Apophatic and Bugs for participating tonight.
You hear that? That's the mega bloodbath platform he's talking about. So, yeah. It's about the environment you create. Anyways, you guys had a wonderful conversation, and I appreciate everybody being here. We do have a bunch of people for the open panel. Does anybody have any questions or comments or concerns? Also, there was a super chat that popped up while y'all were doing your thing. If we failed to get into it, you concede. Thank you so much for the super chat, Benjamin Horowitz. All right. Anybody have any questions for our guests?
I have a question.
Hi, Max.
Oh, and one last thing. Mutes and kicks are up now, so if you hate one of the guests, if you hate anybody that came up on the panel to talk to the guests, you guys can mute or kick them for various prices. It's $1 a minute to kick or cancel, $25 to remove a guest, and then $25 if you wanted to cancel the removal. Sorry, guys, didn't mean to interrupt, but need to let them know the situation.
So I have a hard time keeping up with the whole philosophy.
Just a little bit quiet, Max, but we can hear you.
Hold on. Is that better?
Yeah, that's a bit better.
All right. So I have a hard time keeping up with the philosophy kind of mumbo jumbo. It's not my thing. But I was kind of left thinking, how do you get from what the theists were arguing to the actual Christian God? I seem to have a hard time figuring out how you would make that connection.
Well, I mean, technically, it seems like for the debate, they didn't need to prove like the Christian God, because it just says, does God exist necessarily? So I would think like they're just trying to philosophically establish the necessary existence of something that they would call God. And then like it would be like a different argument.
Sure, but it's a valid question. He's asking how
like.
they get to the Christian God. I think it's a valid question.
Yeah, but like it's not necessarily a failure on their part to not bring it up.
Would you like to address that question? Well, maybe
sure. Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
Of course, I can address that question. By the way, as I said in the live chat, I do have another debate scheduled for like literally 30 minutes. So, on Discord. So I can answer your question. Can you please repeat it if you don't mind? I'm so sorry.
How do you get from this? Let me say I grant your argument, everything you said today. How do you get from that to the Christian God?
Yeah, I don't think the goal of the debate was proving a specific kind of deity in terms of like Abrahamic religion. Maybe it could be considered a classical theistic deity, right? A triomni being is something that that was the goal in which Bugs Premises was trying to prove. I don't think necessarily an Abrahamic religion of sorts or was the goal.
Right, but I'll think outside the scope of the debate. I'm asking you the question in the loose.
Mm-hmm.
How do you do it?
How would I go from I wouldn't go from a classical theistic argument or an argument for a classical theistic being to that somehow saying, well, now the Christian God does exist because of this like cool argument I have. That's not something that I would try and claim or argue. Now, if you're asking me my justification for the Christian God, well, that's for like a different debate, right, or a different time.
All right.
I wish the debate would have got somewhere further than how it did.
Well, I did try to
I did-
discuss the points. I did bring up the idea of will and agency that was touched on, but I'm not sure.
Why would it have to be an agent, right?
Yeah. But that's okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to
Right, of
interrupt.
course,
I just wanted to sort of point out I did.
Oh
cover a few
no!
things.
Oh no! You're not interrupting.
Yeah.
Oh no! You're not interrupting. I agree with you that you did. I mean, y'all did try and argue against the premises, which I think was good in some respect. But I feel like whenever we would go into whether some of the premises are justified or not, and your critiques of said premises, we would go into like a tangent on something else that's very, I wouldn't say trivial, but something that's like not core to what we're trying to get to here. Like we would debate the PSR, and then we would go on like a tangent over something minor for like a few minutes, like 20 minutes or something. And Tarkos would have to bring us back to like, hey, we're trying to go through the premises here, stuff along those
Well,
lines.
I disagree.
So,
I don't
I
think
wish-
anything was really trivial. I disagree with that, but you're entitled to your opinion, sure.
Not trivial. That's why I said that's not a good word for it. I wouldn't say trivial. I would say kind of like we would just go on these tangents that, even though they do matter,
Tangential.
tangential. Yeah.
Apo, I had a question just on a clarification of something before you have to run. I know you've got something coming up.
Just for future reference, though, on the positive, Bug should not have said, I don't have anything to talk about. His arguments being taken to the dry cleaner, right? And they're like, okay, PSR may not be true. That means that God doesn't necessarily exist, because there's a possibility that PSR is true, because possibly God doesn't exist if the PSR isn't true, because his whole thing that he's presupposing relies on the PSR, and so without that it falls apart. And so that, I feel like that pretty much destroyed his worldview there, and so he was on the back foot, but neither of y'all realized he was on the back foot during the debate. And I mean, most of the audience voted them the winner, and just as a neutral observer, I'd say that they definitely defeated the argument because y'all never got through the PSR, which was a requirement for the conclusion.
I think that when we were debating the PSR, we would mostly go in circles over it, like constantly, and it would be this occurring event where we would just like argue. For example, me and Leo on the, I'm trying to remember the exact topic. I think it was on like whether like my issue with rejecting the PSR and how I would see that it entails some kind of contradiction in virtue of like having issues epistemically trying to decipher what is or what you need to provide a sufficient reason for and when you don't need to provide a sufficient reason for. I think that was relevant, but we would go in circles about that, which I think didn't get us anywhere. I think that maybe if we would have teased it out a little bit more, would have got somewhere.
Well, I'm not really interested. Yeah, no offense, Apophatic. I'm not really interested in having a meta debate about the debate at the moment. I'd really like to take audience questions and sort of address them and see if we can move it along to maybe some of the subjects will come up that you're interested in, and we can flesh them out.
No, of course we can answer the questions. Yeah, that's of course. I'm not trying to like monologue here. I was just responding to what Taco said.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry. I did have just a clarifying question, Apophatic. You mentioned that you don't think that evil has ontological reality, right?
Yeah, I don't believe it has positive ontology. Yeah.
Right. So there is it. You would consider it a privation, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I would hold to privation theory.
Okay. So what positive ontological thing is evil a privation of? Is what I'm curious about.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, what is goodness? Like, what is the ontological status of goodness? Like, is it identical to God?
Yeah, so I would view it.
Okay, so the only thing that could ever be perfectly good is God?
That's how I understand it. Yeah, perfection.
Okay, so everything that isn't God is a little bit evil. Is that correct?
Okay, so this is the okay. Hold on, let me.
I'm just
follow
curious.
your
I mean,
argument here.
if
Yeah.
something being perfectly good would mean that it is identical to God,
Yeah.
then anything that isn't God, that is, anything created.
No, it would just be an imperfect good. It wouldn't be evil. It can be imperfect.
What's the
good.
difference, though? You're talking about it as a privation of goods. You're saying evil is a privation of good. So to the extent that
Okay.
created things are
Yeah, sorry.
private-
I'm sorry. Can you hear my
Booty call.
notifications on my phone? Yeah, that's
Yeah,
the time
we
when
can
it
hear
comes to
those.
further debate. All right. Here, do you have Discord? I can answer your question on there later. I have to get this debate that I have scheduled. I'll get
Yeah,
to
I
that
can
later.
ask you some other time.
Yeah, please do. I'm kind of I have to.
Yeah, I mean, you said you were like 10:30 CST. I mean, it's 10:21, man. You're almost you're almost running late there.
All right, Apophatic.
Yeah.
Thanks, mate.
All right.
Take care.
See you, man. Have a nice day, guys. I will
Thank you for joining us.
call up Basil or something. Maybe I'll come on
See
the
you.
panel. I don't know.
I tell you what, I'll drop out because I've got a member stream running, so I can in the background. But it was fantastic, guys. Really enjoyed it. Thank you so much to everybody participating. Really had a good time. Thanks, Leo. If you're there, Leo, stop urinating and take my thank you. All right, stop it. All right, thanks, Taco. Really appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
This
that was a great debate.
It was a lot of fun.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I had a good time. So, but thanks,
Mark.
everybody. See you.
You have a great one,
Have a
man.
good one, Mark. Yeah, Mark.
I would rate my experience experiential. Brr. Hold it. Can I get rid of that? Can I get rid of that? Hold it 1 second. And I'm back. Fantastic. Okay. Well, I hope you enjoyed that, everybody. That was actually a lot of fun. Went for a lot longer than I expected. I kind of expected to come back, play a bit of games, do a bit of thing. You know what? I'm going to talk about it, but I'm going to play a game while I do so, because technically this is like the member stream where I just chill out. Chill out. But yeah, that went really well. I really enjoyed that debate, even though, it was getting a little bit technical. I won't lie. I dabble in philosophy. I really am not the best at it. Like, Leo knows way more about philosophy than I do, I must admit. Like, absolutely. I think he is very well read on philosophy. I'm definitely better than Leo on things like evolution and stuff like that. Leo absolutely is better at logic and stuff. So absolutely, yeah, absolutely fantastic to do it with Leo. Absolutely fantastic. I don't really get their adherence to PSR. I would probably take a looser stance than Leo. I don't know. Like, I don't adhere to the principle of sufficient reason, not because I think it's automatically false, but because I don't know whether it's true. Like, I don't know if everything requires a sufficient reason. So I don't adhere to it, but I hate using the word agnostic. But I kind of am agnostic about it, kind of thing. I don't know if that is the case or not. Oh, tattered skill charm, nice. 2, yeah, I got a bow. So yeah, I don't know if everything requires a reason or not. As I said, like in my thing, like we see some events, like Leo was talking about the physics. He's so good with physics, man. Like absolutely awesome. Absolutely awesome. Like in some events of physics, things don't seem to have any reason, like the photon splitting and then coming back together. Like it seems to be a completely, no series of events will actually cause it to happen, kind of thing. So, it's not something that's contingent on anything. So, this principle of sufficient reason seems to be broken by that, but how can we be sure? So I take a softer stance. I don't believe in it, but I'm not saying it's impossible that the principle of sufficient reason is wrong. I just don't know that it's right. Like I just think that, hey, it very well could be wrong. And if the PSR it's possible the PSR is wrong, right? It still negates that interaction anyway. It still negates the necessity of God, because the PSR would necessarily have to be true in order to work. So I think it is the case that, you know, but it's kind of always weird. Apophatic, sort of, he was kind of just, you know, oh, I want to get to the other stuff and things, and it's like, yeah, but if you can't, you know, you only had one syllogism, and everything rode on that PSR. So why wouldn't you expect that to be the main conversation? I don't know. It's kind of weird, but, you know, obviously he's just saying, hey, there were some really good topics we could have talked about. Yeah, probably. But when you're hinging everything on one thing, I mean, it's kind of, yeah, you've got to expect it to dominate by that one thing, in my opinion, anyway. I think that's kind of to be expected, because obviously they're not going to give up that PSR, because their entire argument, their entire thing was absolutely dependent on it, which is why I usually try to give more than one argument when I do debate, because, you know, if you're just arguing about one thing, you can't move off of that one thing. You know, you can't go to any of the other arguments. It's kind of, yeah. Cool, I got a quiver. No, thanks, Jedi. I really appreciate it, man. I really appreciate you guys being here. I did not know I was doing this yesterday. Guarantee you, I did not know I was doing it yesterday, but I will try and get it out to the rest of the folks. I might leave it a bit, though. You know, you guys can have advanced screening of the debate. Like, just because you're members, and I appreciate it. You guys do so much for me, not just in like supporting me, but also, you know, just being there, you know, talking in chat, helping things flow along, keeping the community awesome. You know, I appreciate it all. I love the community a lot. Love it a lot. Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it. I thought it was fantastic, and you know, I don't. There's certain things I don't like about Breakfast Tacos Forum. You know, I don't usually score debates. I think it's kind of pointless. I think that most people will vote for their side and not the arguments, kind of thing. So, you know, I don't. You know, I don't really give a lot of credence to you know, that kind of poll kind of thing. I really don't. Ooh, and I don't have a reroll. Uh-oh. Recover 2 hearts. All right, I'll take it. Maybe not happy about it. Wait, I've got a quiver. Hey, that's a bow. That's a bow, though. Why have I got a wand? Oops, that's the wrong one to do. Maybe I can swap it out. Do I want a mage weapon? A little something. Oh, thank you so much, Stop the Stupidity. Like, is it the awesomeness of me or the 8-bit game that I'm playing? The lack of hostility was nice. Yeah, absolutely. I thought it was nice. Yeah, I was very, you know, I was pleasantly surprised from a bloodbath debate being like the least bloodbath debate I've seen in quite a while, and I'm for it. Like, I'm there. You know, I really am. You know what? This shuriken is way better than my shitty bow, I gotta say. Magic weapon? Sure, why not? Why not? Get zapped, bitch. Could you please die? Thank you. The game is cool too. Yeah, man. Oh, what do I want? I could go a scroll. What's my stats? Intelligence 7. Yeah. Knife tomb. Okay. Or a grass blade. I think I want the knife tomb. That gives me dexterity. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm with it. I'm with it. Okay. That's kind of weird, but never mind. All right, I'm going to swap out this quiver. God, I thought I was doing ranged weapons this playthrough. Obviously not. Obviously not. Oh, thank you. Need a little help? No, I think I'll save. Golden chest. I do have a key, but I think I want some dice. Chest. There we go. Pawn shop. Yeah. Yep. So this. Sell my bow. Fuck it. Yeah, and I'll sell my wand. Get a lot of gold. That removes curse. Oh, you know what? Do I need this jumper? What does this do? 10% damage for heart container. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. All right. Items for gold. Yeah, I'll take that. And I'll take that. Did I use my other blacksmith thing? Oh, I did. Okay. That's fine. No, I don't have a key. I do not have a key. I do have a red thing, though. Let's go for the red. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. That is a mimic, and that's good for me. I would like a mimic. Okay. What do we got? Fletchling hat? Fletching hat. Okay, is that an arrow thing? Oh my god, it's the other piece to this. It's the other piece to this. I gotta find a bow. On the tally of 3. Oh my god. Alright. Okay, well, I mean I could re-roll and see if I can gloves. Gloves though. Pocket. Ooh. There we go. Yeah, and I think Leo did fantastic. You know, Leo and I are the dream team or the nightmare team, depending on which side you're on. 10% crit. Yeah, I could. Do I have a reroll? I do. Can you give me a bow though? Is the question. No, no, and no. Okay. What do I have? Amethyst +1 heart. Okay, what are these? 30% tick speed for burn. Dang, that sucks. Cold damage for weapons. That's terrible. Terrible. I don't like it. Stamina recovery. 20% attack speed. I'm just going to 50 sell it. Yeah, I'll take the 10%. What's that intelligence trait you have? Yeah, 10% currently. Okay, give me 1 second. I just have to take a bio break. My apologies. I return. Bigger, better, lighter. Just saying. What else did I think about that debate? Yeah, I was very happy with it. I think that sort of, I felt like I don't think I was carried, but I think that Leo definitely did a majority of the talking. I was fine with that. Don't get me wrong. I was absolutely fine with that. Absolutely 100% fine with that. I think I will get health to increase that hit chance. Really? Okay. Oh, there we go. There's a place thing. Oh, a power shard? Nano suit. Hello. Attack speed per missing mana. Gain 50% hit. 20 power per mana container. Plus 40. Yeah, we can take Dreamer. We can take Dreamer. We can take it. Ooh. Holy stuff. There is a bow. Rapid fire bow. Yeah, I think I'm good with that. It's all reliant on Dex, though. I wouldn't mind Dex and... but I do need a bow. I do need... Everything's kind of hinging on a bow. Ballistic Flurry engaged. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Yeah, that's a Ballistic Flurry, all right, if ever I've seen one. What does that cyber suit thing do? Nano suit. 1 armor, your flask can repair armor. Dang, all right. But that's like 10% per frigging heart contain. That's 40% damage. That's actually a lot of damage. No armor, though. Yeah, why not? Screw it. Ranger stash might be good. Grenade launcher? Okay. Fair enough. Shop? Yeah, I can afford this. Oh, hello. A green blossom? I don't need flask. I don't really need bombs either. Alright, I'll buy it. Just for you. Upgrade. Okay, beautiful. No, I need Dex as much as possible. Oh, I don't have a key. God damn it. Oh, no. Oh, guaranteed epic? Okay, sure. 2 gargoyles. This is a Dark Souls reference, because this game is kind of a slightly like Dark Souls. Whoa. How dare you, sir? Oh, what's that? Your attacks gain a 35% chance close range to splatter on hit. Plus 10% ranged attack. Winter Talisman. Dang. None of them really suit me. I don't have any rerolls. I suppose I just take the one that's worth the most. That overloads me. That really overloads me. I can't really wear it at the moment. Wait, what's the shoes? Close range. Splatter. What does splatter do? Trigger. By default, you always deal... doesn't... Okay. Yeah, it's not really for my build. I mean, it'd be great for a Malay warrior or something. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, I get extra hearts. Hearts. No, I don't think I need that. Oh, I need Dex. But that armor container would be so nice. All right. Worth. Oh. Armor container. Magic stash, 2 bombs. Plus 3 strength. Strength isn't really my thing. 1 potion? Or plus... You know what? I'm going to take the strength and I'll just live with the curse. Ooh. Oop. There we go. Dex, yes. Dex I need. Shop, buy spice for gold. Do I have enough? Probably not. I don't think I'll have enough. I don't need the armor smith, so I'll go to this one. Oh, a purging stone. Okay, so I can purge that thing and I can get an experience. Do I want a blessing or the tavern? I don't have a lot of money. Tavern probably not going to help. What's this? Lucky? Okay, gotcha. Tavern probably not going to help, so I'll take... I don't have enough money to spend, really. Ugh. Tipsiness, 1 good. Sure, I'll take a good. Why not? Dexterity, always with the dexterity. Bow build needs dexterity. Oh, wait, can I wear these now? I can. Okay, yep. Because strength, the spice must be. Strength allows you to get better encumbrance. 100% crushing hit. Ooh. Ooh. With a ranged weapon at close range. That's actually really good for me. So as long as I'm in close, it should be awesome. I don't have any rerolls. Magic weapon? No, I'm definitely leaning into the bow build. Ooh. Woo! Oh, what's this one? Okay. Are these any better for me? Sylph Companion, Tailwind and Swiftness. Dang, all right. I'm not 100% sure that's better for me. +1 heart and suppression. Or 2 times fish damage. Yeah, it's not that. That's not it. I think this does more for me, to be honest with you. I'm not sure if I have any swiftness effects. I don't think I do. +1 heart, yeah. Yummy. I don't need the health fountain, which is amazing. I need a familiar is what I need. Like, I need somebody to summon, not this Sylph. This is an extra bonus one. I need the one familiar that you can have. I could go for intelligence. I kind of don't want to. Obsidian chest, sure. Ooh. Clown mask. Yeah, I don't think so. That would break up my set. I've got this set that does really good stuff. Clown mask. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. See if I can get a better bow. Bowler crossbow. Sawblade glaive. That is throwing and not a bow. Looks pretty damn good, though. Bowler crossbow. This attacks so goddamn fast, though. Inflicts bowler. What does bowler do? Oh, explosion damage after a certain amount of time. And what's this? Mail breaker. Yeah, I'll take the bowler crossbow, but I don't like it. Okay. Well, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, it's kind of crappy. Ugh. Shop equipment for gold. You know what? I want the souls. Give me the souls. Again, another Dark Souls. There's a lot of Dark Souls references in this game. A lot. One could say that they are inspired by Dark Souls. One could say that. And I'm gonna. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, yeah, that's dexterity. Oh, okay. So I guess I could upgrade this thing. You know what? I kind of want to save it. Extra dexterity. Love it. I've got a little bit of money. Maybe I can spend some money now. That will get me a good, right? It will, yes. How much is this? 20. Don't have enough. Okay. Ranged weapon or a golden chest. Let's go to the ranged weapon. Let's maybe we can get lucky. Pineapple cannon. I was not expecting that. What can I drop? This grenade launcher is pretty crap. That knife summon tome is pretty crap as well. Pineapple cannon, of course. Of course. Let me see. Boots? Sure. Oh, I'm on the wrong one. Okay. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. It does, doesn't it? It kind of sounds like Diablo, yeah. There's a game I haven't played for ages. I haven't played the last one. I don't know how I feel about it. Rubber boots. Of course. What is this? 10% stamina recovery for, and that has 25. What do I get off that? 20%. Okay, so that's actually better. Your attacks have a 20% chance to do an exploding dove on hit. Is that better than the fletching hat? Not sure. Let's try it out, shall we? Now to deactivate that bliss. Yeah, so if there's a chance to do exploding doves, and I'm attacking this freaking fast. Hopefully it will like synergize, and I will be just throwing explosive doves like every damn direction. Gain favor, yeah. I do want heart, because the more heart I have, the more giant treasure chest. Damn right. Ugh. I got hit. I got hit. It's not the end of the world. Relax. Oh, wow. Okay, it's a Darth Vader helmet. Fairy dress. Ugly Christmas sweater. Gift box. Let's see. Oh, it's a saxophone. Oh, that's a good saxophone. Ooh. By the amount of actors in the room, right? Yeah, okay. That's actually quite cool. You know what? I'm going to go get out of bow build and go into sax on the beach. Yeah, you didn't see that coming, did you? Oh, it's maxed? Okay, that's fantastic. White robe. 2 times stats from shrines? I guess. What's the Darth Vader helmet? Weapons at level 4 or higher inflict intimidate on hit. Melee damage does not help me, unfortunately. Why are you glowing? I don't know why you're glowing. Anyway, 10% damage per heart container is actually pretty damn good. Am I really pivoting out of this? I think I am. I think I 100% am. Let's get rid of the hat then. Ugly sweater. Get rid of this mask. Star-Lord helmet. Yeah, that's fine. Vampire Survivors. Yeah, that is a fun game. Absolutely. I do like survivor-likes. Ooh. Ooh, cake. I can't get into cake. God damn it. I have got way too much shit. 50% currently. Yeah. Okay, so I got to drop some stuff here. I'm not going to leave that behind. What's that? Sacramento bead fully absorbs? Okay, I'll just use that up. I'm really saving it, but for no reason whatsoever. All right, pocket. There we go. Intelligence? Oh, yeah, I was hit. He got me. He got me. What are my abilities? Hearts, kind of soul hearts, yeah. Yeah. Per mana container. Okay. Point blank, crushing with range damage. Yeah, okay, gotcha. I've got one potion, so I'm going to drink that. I like all Survivors games, actually. I don't know why. They're just easy to play and cool. Ooh! Okay, I'm dying. I'm dying, though. Tavern? Sure. Sure. I can heal by talking to you. Yep. Looking better already? Great. Great. What's this? Does it have... It doesn't have an enchantment. Okay. Enchant the weapon? Yes. Fierce. My sax is fierce. Fierce sax. Damn right. Dexterity intelligence is perfect. Intelligence? Sure. I mean, you can't hear the music on this. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like, absolutely ridiculous. You know what? I could probably turn it on. Give me one sec. Replace screen. Window, tiny rogues, system. There you go. There you go. You now get the pleasure of hearing me sax it up. Charm. I don't have full charms. My charms are shit. My God. They're absolutely dreadful or whatever. Ugh. Uh-oh. Ugh. Very, yeah, damn right. Very sexy. Hey, sexy lady. Lab coat, potion buff, magic find, or damage over time. Okay, I think I'll go for the magic find. Very sex. Cool. All right. Is there anything else I want to do? Intimidate? Yeah, no, I think I still want that. 2 times stats from shrines. What stats do I have from shrines? I don't know. I don't know. Ugh. Oh, what the hell hit me? Dang. Unfortunate. Come on, give me something good. Give me something good. Oh, you can wear an offhand with 2-handed weapons. Oh my. That would actually be very, very good. Yeah, let's do it. So now I can put something in that slot, which is great. Do I have anything? No, of course not. Why would I? Why would I? Key? Yeah, I think key would be where it's at. Oh, yeah, got me. Got me. I could refill a flask. That might be worth it. Yeah? Yeah. Pawn shop, absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Absolutely. I've got so much shit to sell. Yeah, don't need those. Don't need that. Don't need that. I might hold on to that, actually. Don't need that bowler crossbow. No. And definitely not the pineapple cannon. I might hold on to the white robe, just because if I do get a lot of shrines, it could be useful. Not 100% sure. Candy? Sure, why not? Duh. Oh, yep, got me. Got me. Ugh. Armor, yeah, yep. Repair my armor. Thank you. Shop. Oh, that gives me another heart. That's great. That's fantastic. Do I need bombs? Not really. Money or obsidian chest? Let's go the chest. Unlucky hit inflict fragility. What's my lucky hit chance? 15%. That's not a lot. That's not a lot. What does fragility do? Oh, damage over time? Yeah, that's not really what I'm up. Legendary item? Sure, I have to do it. I mean, offhand would be great, but legendary is legendary. I mean, how could I say no? I can't. Oh god, this guy. This fucker. Where is he? Where are you going? There you go. Fucker. Ooh. Oh, yeah, got hit. I don't have any magic. I can't do my special ability. Ugh. Woo. Rough. Okay, what we got? Give me a legend. Yes. What is it? Oh, shit. Is that beetle armor? That is dragon shell. Plus 525 dark damage per armor container you have. Yeah, I kind of like it. I think it will be fine. Plus it's got armor. I am the Dark Sax Man. I mean, that's a lot of damage, but so is like three times. Yeah, no, that's a lot of damage. Okay. It's dark damage, so it should curse as well. There we go. Dexterity, I can do. Do I have... I don't have anything to purge that curse off. Do I need to? Yeah, let's do it. Whoa! Oh. Ow. Jesus. Strength and dexterity? I'll go for the treasure rock. God, I've lost all my armor. That's not great. Yeah? Could I get... Oh, wow. Rajan +1. Oh, it's Malay? Yeah, that doesn't really help me. Asteroid Defense Scepter. Okay. Or Ice Fang. Dang, that's a lot of cold. What does this do? Chill. Critical hit per upgrade level. Per actor in the room. Yeah, I really need a familiar. I will take that, but I'm probably not going to use it. Look, I'll switch out that thing so I can switch to it. Yeah, I probably won't use it. Oh, hello. Repair powder. Yeah, don't mind if I do. There you go. Equipment for gold. Sure. What do you got? Elven boots. Plus 20 movement speed. 75 equipment load, Jesus. Armor of favor. Nah. Let's try re-rolling it. So, bomber garb. Mana catalyst accessory. Is that better than an extra heart since I switched that out? Probably. Or plus 10 movement speed. Oh, and that grants you tailwind. Okay. Movement speed or mana recovery per mana container. You know what? I think I'm going to go for this. Swap this out. And go on my merry? Yeah, go on my merry. Okay. Ah, shit. Wow, okay. He teleported in from nowhere. Damn. Ugh. Okay, sir, he was invisible. Sir? Puppeteer mask? Yeah, I don't... Curse shrine. Yeah, why not? Top end damage, 25 power, 25. I think top end damage is fine. Yeah. Oh, blow Bill Clinton like you've never blown before. Ugh. Wasn't he like the most famous sax player ever? Oh damn, I've been poisoned. That isn't great. That isn't great. Not great. Not great. Helmet? Yeah, I kind of want to get rid of this dove thing. It's kind of crappy for me at the moment, so I think it's a good idea. What is it familiar? It's just something that like sits in your inventory and it kind of gives you a little companion. But considering I do more damage the more I have, it would be really good if I had one. Like, really good. So, that was dumb. That was so dumb. Wow, this is not going well. I'll dodge the wrong way. Ah, that's so dumb. That was so dumb. Uh-oh. Ah, shit. All right. Bubba Clinton. Yeah, Bubba Clinton dies. Okay, I think I got a bit precious with the saxophone there, but that's okay. You know, it is what it is. And so I've got some more options of people that come out, but I think I'll call it there. You let me down, Bubba. You let me down. You let me down. Okay. Yeah, so I might call it there, but thank you so much for joining me, everybody. It was really good to see you all. Thank you so much for your support. Really appreciate it. I'll be back with Fundamentalist Valves tomorrow. Got something in mind. So yeah, do take care. Be kind to yourself. Be kind to each other. And I'll definitely see you soon. Thank you so much. Everybody that sort of did contribute was awesome. And I'll get this upload. Oh, my camera's gone really weird. Hold it. Yeah. But thank you, everybody, for contributing, chatting, being here. It's awesome. I will definitely see you soon. Okay? Take care, everybody. Bye.
She got